So we'll be able to see all your smiling faces.
Okay.
So how is it in Miami?
Yeah, this is like the first Ergo Meetup over Zoom anyway. I think Alex might show up at the end. I think right now it's about 3 a.m. his time. So I don't know what kind of shape he'd be in when he shows up. It's kind of rough.
Yeah, wiping the sleep out of his eyes.
Pretty much it's always the same, I think, with him. I think he's pretty much even keel all the time, every time I've seen him.
Yeah, he is pretty level-headed, to tell the truth. But oof, he usually, is the type that's kind of like the night owl dev. So it's like, oh, that's like 30 minutes after I normally go to sleep. But he tends to go hard when he's working. We'll see if he comes in. I don't know.
Yeah, we'll soon find out.
How's the waiting room looking, CW?
Yep, just 1 second. I will admit those guys. We've got some royalty here, just about to come in. There you go, guys. Welcome aboard. We've got Dan, Ergo Prism just jumped in. A couple of others. Welcome to the Ergo Meetup over Zoom. Hopefully we get some coverage from the event in Austin. I'm pretty disappointed I'm not there, actually. You'd love to catch up in a brew house.
It's a nice spot to have it.
Hey, I can see you, Dan.
Hey, can you hear me?
Very loudly.
Yeah, sorry, there's a lot of commotion here. But all right, well, hold on. Let me just see if I can fix the camera issue here. It's a little higher up. Loose. Okay, I'm gonna move it a little bit so that everybody can see. Okay, does everybody have visibility?
Yeah, I can see.
All right, so we're gonna wait a little bit to let. Everybody, thanks for coming to the meetup. Also going to have our meetup stream right here. Anyone else? Not, oh, hold on. How about that?
Off to a smooth start.
All right, guys. Those of us who are joining remotely, and hopefully we'll have some more of you pretty soon. History guests. Charles Hoskinson joining us today. Including our cool and custom Ergo gear. So, give me 1 second. Can you guys hear what's going on? Joe, can you hear?
Yeah, I can kind of hear you. So.
Yeah. I'm trying to fix that. So.
Fine.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind being there. Looks good.
Yeah.
Can't wait to be able to actually catch up with some people in person and have a drink or two and discuss all things life and Ergo and whatnot. Could be good.
Yeah, I agree.
Quite fond of a beer.
Maybe next year in Maybe next year in Spain if Ergo Prism gets his way.
Okay? So this is our Ergo Meetup t-shirt we made. Okay? So everybody here is getting one, and we'll get some out to you guys. We'll figure out how to do that. Okay? So this is the standard one. Then we got these beautiful, these magnificent beasts right here. Right here.
Very nice.
We're going to be raffling off. Okay, I'd like to thank CW for providing the art for this. So we're going to, these are limited edition, limited production ones. Okay, we got about 10 of them, I think. We're going to raffle them off later on.
Sounds good. They look good.
All right. We're going to start with a presentation of COVID. Just introduce yourselves and enjoy. And in a little bit, we're going to have a community drink to get your classes ready, whatever you have, or CCW lunching on something. So I already have my beer, my craft beer. You should have been here, but it's no excuse for you not to be here right now. Okay, I'm gonna torture you for that later. Okay, Joe? All right, guys. So just hang out there for a minute. I mean, I don't think you have a choice here. So just hang out there for a minute and
Very disappointed I can't have a beer. Well, I suppose I can. It's 10:15 here in the morning, so that's not off limits, is it?
hang out for a minute.
Doesn't count if there's a toast.
I've got toast.
Yeah.
I suppose I can go grab a beer. Wouldn't hurt. Otherwise, no one else throwing their cameras up. Like to see some smiling faces.
So guys, so, okay, hang on 1 second. Say hi to the people joining us virtually. Hey guys. All right. So those of us who can have a drink. To all the organizers around the world, thank you for joining us remotely as well as in person. All right, so come on, Joe, raise your coffee. Raise your coffee, Joe. I do get coffee there somewhere. There you go. Come on, Joe. You need coffee.
Grab a scotch.
Okay, thank you. All right, guys.
I gotta go get something to drink, apparently. I'll be right back.
Benio's missing it. And unfortunately, I've only got a glass of water. G'day, Keith. Nice to see you, mate.
So we're streaming in from all over the world here. We got Australia, we got not Australia, we got England, we got Joe from yeah, the camera's right there.
Joe's just ducked off to grab a drink.
So karaoke is coming. Okay, we're gonna do karaoke. I promise. It's to do a Japanese gangster song, and I will do it. If the sound doesn't come through well, okay, there's going to be another recording right here. We'll post it later. Okay, so don't worry. I know the sound is a little destroyed right now. There's a lot of background noise. Can't really do much about that. It's coming from my camera here. So don't worry about it. We'll get it solved. Okay, you will hear Japanese gangster karaoke. Okay.
As long as you keep your shirt on, Dan.
Enjoy. And we'll continue in a bit.
So guys, by all means, jump in. Turn your mics on, turn your cameras on. Be good to get involved.
Hey, what's up?
Pyro, how are you, mate?
It's going pretty good. I have a question. What's the Zoom ID? Do you guys know the Zoom ID or the meeting ID so I can get here on my phone rather than my computer?
Like the meeting ID itself?
Yeah. Do you guys have that or no? If not, it's all good. I could just talk without face.
Send me a DM on Twitter and I'll send it through, mate.
Yeah. All right. Are we excited? Consensus looks dope. I wish I was there.
It'd be pretty nice.
Yeah, they can hear you. Hey guys.
Yo.
Charles here.
G'day, Charles. How are you, mate? Nice shirt.
It's right here, so you can talk. All right, can everybody in the Ergo community hear me? You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm not the event. I just left consensus. It's been a long 2 days. So I wanted to say hello to everybody in the Ergo community before I left. Hi, everybody.
Hey.
How did you get on? How many people do we have on so far? 18. There we go. Yeah. That's not bad. Is that
Have you freestyled with Ice Cube?
What drink did you grab, Joe?
Well, I grabbed a beer. I tried to open it and got it all over my shirt. I zipped up a little bit, and I grabbed the whiskey.
It's
It was
cut off before you even start.
on my day.
Nice little surprise having Charles join us.
So does that mean we're going to get a
Possibility
duet
there.
with
Might
him
need to
and
drink a
Dan?
little. Let's see.
And get a couple of drinks in him before he heads out. I want to see that
We can put it
duet.
past him.
Yeah, I mean, why not? I guess that's the one thing about being virtual is I don't have to sing. Otherwise, I might get pressured.
A couple more, we'll get you to sing.
Pyro, I'll just chuck that in the Ergo group chat on Twitter, mate.
Yeah, I think I got it. It just says the host will let you in soon. Same name. So
Yep,
I'm just,
drums.
oh, awesome.
There you go. Might have to go and get myself a beer. I might be back later. I'll be back in 1 second. I can't be here and not have one.
I ditto that one.
So where's everybody coming from? I see a lot of muted mics and black boxes. Keith, where are you at?
San Antonio, Texas. So like an hour down the road from Austin.
What about you, Michael?
Hello, sir.
In South Korea.
South Korea.
Yeah, it's 9:20 in the morning here.
Oof. Oh, good morning.
Just drinking. Yeah, just drinking water. Drank a little bit too much wine last night.
Hello.
How are you, Riro? What time is it there?
So 5:52 in the morning.
5:52 in the morning. You're a trooper.
Yeah. Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for joining
Just
us.
finished work and just joined in. Sir, show us your bears, sir. Show us your bears.
Show us the bears. I got to find one, man. I don't have connection outside of the house. Sorry, buddy.
Riro, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good, bro. How are you doing?
Not too bad at all.
Okay, so now we got sound. Yes. Now we got sound. Sorry.
Where's Glasgow and everybody else?
I'm this big. I'm this big. He's that big. And somehow I always think up and vision. Well, welcome everybody to the Ergo
Are
Meetup.
the drinks free or are you going to pay for them?
The first Ergo Meetup, I believe. Is that correct, guys? I think it's the first official Ergo Meetup. And so, thank you so much for coming, guys. I mean, this is great. You know, we've been planning, myself, Sam, and a few other Ergo people have been planning this for a while now. Thank you so much for showing up. And as some of you might have heard in social media, we do have a special guest with us today, a huge supporter of Ergo. I'm always personally thankful to Charles for being such a strong supporter of Ergo, because Ergo is, you know, it's not big, but we have so much potential. And Charles is always trying to help out. And just very, trying to inspire, help out, and very bullish on everything that we're doing. So I would like to introduce to you, or a man that doesn't need an introduction, Charles Hoskinson. Hi, everybody. I've been doing that for 10 years and it still works. I stole it from Dr. Dick Riviera. Yeah. Hi, everybody. So, Ergo. Well, I've been in the space a really long time. When I started, Bitcoin was very small. I used to go to these big Bitcoin meetup groups, and there'd be like 3 people. One of the guys is there to use the bathroom. The other guy didn't show up, and we started to crack it up. It was a great conversation with yourself. But it grew. It grew like the wheat because it had great principles. It had great adherence. It had a lot of rooms that were just like this one. It just reminds me a lot of, there's a restaurant in Denver called Southern Comfort. Pretty good restaurant. Yeah, there you go. And in the basement, they had this Bitcoin meetup group. And I'd go there, and there were like 14 people, and you had to pay for your own beer. It was fun. And that led to a $2 trillion ecosystem. The principles matter, community matter. So Ergo is the spiritual successor in many ways of Bitcoin. If you look at the underlying technology, you have a massive improvement in proof of work, Oculus and all these other things. There are concepts that we're pushing in a direction of, we want to solve the problem of centralization. So you have mining pools, and there's less than 10 of them control more than 50% of Bitcoin's hash rate. So there's concepts like non-outsourceable puzzles and all these other things, and Alex really wanted to solve that. Second, there's a question of how do you add programmability to Bitcoin? Extended UTXO. And Alex, again, really innovated there, did some cool things there. And then also, how do you add a more robust, resilient scripting language on Bitcoin script? So you chose Signal protocol. There's things like NEPA powers, there's things like EVL trees. There's a lot of innovation there. But with Alex, where it came from was from a lifetime of building. We chose different paths. I did the academic path and hired an army of scientists who wrote 140 papers for Cardano. Alex just started writing lots of code and was part of lots of projects. So really that hacker ethos. He was part of NXT, and that whole ecosystem.
ecosystem of crypto. We created something called Storex. And there's not a damn person in this space who's been around long enough who didn't in some way interact or touch the things that he did. Storex led to the rise of Wave, which is a very popular platform. Tezos was influenced by ideas that came out of Storex. And so when Alex worked for me, as he's worked for many and worked with many people, it's been about 2 years, and he collaborated with a lot of our scientists. He co-authored a lot of very interesting papers while he was there. What we were able to do together was just kind of talk about what is good cryptocurrency design. Storex separated things into a network stack, a consensus, and a transaction layer. And it added a lot of simplification and clarity. So anything built from that, pretty understandable and easy. And I love Scala as a programming language. So he went and created his own cryptocurrency. And I said, that's so cool. The great part about this process is that you have to launch 1,000 flowers. If you look at Bitcoin, it created color coins and master coin, sidechains, all these concepts. We all break from that well. Ethereum led to the creation of the third generation. There's all of these projects that flow from it. Cardano, there's over 1,000 dApps that are being constructed on Cardano. Some are represented in this room right now. Who else is building on Cardano? There you go. There you go. And some I've met, some I haven't met. It's getting too hard to meet everybody because there's just simply too many of you, despite what it says. Those are hard. Scary. The hardest levels in Mario, right? Those casts. But an Ergo is an example of that. It has a legacy that's connected to that extends even before Cardano existed and long after. And you guys are now part of that community. So I'm just trying to figure it out. Some fair weather, some are actually diehard supporters like Dan Friedman here and a few others. And whether you're here for a day, a year, or 10 years, let it inspire you and let it teach you something, learn something about it, and do something. Yes, sir. The true value is always community. Yes. That's where I came from. People taught me how all this worked. And then I said, well, I owe a debt to them. So I'll go teach them how I got started in the crypto space. I created a class, Bitcoin or how I learned to stop worrying and love crypto. Over 70,000 students, 5,000 emails. It was a lot of fun. And actually, just today, I ran into an old friend of mine, Adam Levine, not the musician, the podcaster. Anybody ever listen to Let's Talk Bitcoin? Yes. Yeah, a few people. Well, guess what? That was the only media source we had in the early days of Bitcoin. Literally, I was on episode number 5. They were scraping at the barrel for guests, and I said, "Let that Charles guy on." But it was just 3 people: Stephanie and Andreas Antonopoulos and Adam Levine. And they basically talked about all these aspirations. Could Bitcoin ever hit $1,000? That's crazy, right? They talk about, could you ever issue your own asset with that 14 Bitcoin? That didn't even creating a blockchain with 14 Bitcoin, right? Oh no, that's crazy. We're not going to talk about all coins. That's such a small, bespoke, boutique thing. It's like a little area on Bitcoin Talk. It's a little red area, right? So they talked about all that stuff, and then we said, well, what would happen if a government adopted Bitcoin? We actually had an episode on Let's Talk Bitcoin about that. Like El Salvador, Central African Republic, this was fantasy land. There are drugs. These types of things would happen. But it did. And it happened in a very short period of time. So if this community is to survive and thrive, what determines that is ultimately not the technology, that organically evolves. It ultimately comes down to how the community hangs together and innovates and builds. I'd like to believe with Cardano, we've accomplished that. We've demonstrated that very consensus. And I'd like to believe that Ergo is well on its way if you people want it to survive and thrive. But leaders like this matter. And there are some principles here that are distinctly different from most of the industry. In a world of free minds, Ergo has none. And in a world of VC distributions, I don't even think a venture capital knows the word Ergo.
And they won't.
And they never will. And there's people all around the world. People here are joining us from places like Russia and South America, North America, Europe, all around. It's pretty impressive when you look at that distribution. Even when nations are at war with each other, crypto brings people together. That's the magic of what makes it really special. So I wish you all well. I have another engagement I have to get to here in just a few minutes. I wish I could stay longer, but I did want to make a quick speech to everybody. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you for cryptocurrencies. Love them. And I hope you find some cool and interesting things to build. We're always going to know the Ergo community. They give us a lot of inspiration. Jet was tested first on Ergo. Reference inputs were from Ergo, these types of things. So you guys have taught us quite a bit, and hopefully we can return the favor from time to time. If everybody in the ecosystem has that same viewpoint, I think we can get a lot further ahead a lot faster. So cheers.
Cheers.
Cheers, guys.
Very much, Charles. Let me just put the camera back on there. All right. Okay, hold up. Yeah. There we go. All right. Well, guys, Charles, as you know, Charles, can we take a picture with everybody? Like a group picture, like, and with the background so that maybe we can see. Okay, guys, group picture, mostly of Joe.
Turn your camera on, guys.
Who's going to take it?
Yeah, go.
Okay, you know what? I'll take it. Okay, Sam will take it. Okay. All right, guys. Okay, put on your face. All right. 1, 2. No, just do it. Yeah, there we go. All right. Thank you, everybody. Well, we had mostly CW in the background, but it's okay. It's okay. It's the thought that counts.
Put it on gallery view.
All right, guys. So hang on for a little bit more. Everybody. Okay. Can you guys hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Hey, Joe. Oh. All right. Can you guys hear me somewhat? Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you, gang.
Okay. All right, cool. So we're going to hang out for a little bit, and we're going to start with some product demos, right, Joe?
Say that again?
Some product demos?
Yeah, Marty's
talking about?
with ErgoPad.
Yeah. Just a little bit. All right, guys. So hang out, and we'll have another drink pretty soon. Don't forget to drink. It's an Ergo Meetup. Even though you're not here, even though you should be. All right, Joe is drinking. We got Joe drinking. All right. All right, now it's a party. Armando is drinking. It's a party now. All right, everybody. Salute.
Come by.
Pyro's getting into it.
There we go.
I want to see Armenio do some karaoke. G'day, Marty. Sorry, mate.
Hey, do you mind enabling screen sharing?
Sure. Is that right now?
Still says host disabled. Maybe I have to rejoin?
You might have to be the host.
Oh.
All right, I'll flick that over to you, Marty. I'll just let these guys in 1 second. Where'd you go? There you go, Marty. I'll just flick that over to you, mate.
All right, here we go. Cool. So you guys can see my screen there?
Sure can.
All right. So cool. So this is the new front end for Padilla. We've been working on this for a little bit now, and we'll keep adding more pages. Right now, like a lot's not there, but we are working hard on the DAO creation process, the DAO management process, that kind of thing. So I've actually got the prototypes to show off here.
We might want to wait until Austin is ready for us.
No worries.
Looks like they're still huddled
up. No problem.
Getting excited. Pumping some drinks down. So how are things, Marty? You've got quite a lot going on over there at the moment.
Yeah, things are good. We're doing the Swamp Audio IDO this month. We're building Padilla all the time. We're trying to work on some NFT sales contracts, and then we're also prepping for Azores, Chris's project, for next month. So, and then we have to get some more projects lined up for after that. So, yeah, we're quite busy. I don't know. I'm kind of hoping for the market to settle, and then we can start moving in the right direction again. But
so, Chris, you want to give us a little intro onto what you're working on?
Yeah. So, hey, everyone. My name is Christopher, if I'm in trouble. Some of you may know me as Curbside Prophet on Discord. Some other guys on here might know me as Enigma NFTs on everything else. So what I am building and working with Marty is something called Azores. So it's the UTXO blockchain intelligence platform. And so one problem that you have right now is you have three types of customers. The first one is people who want to use Explorer, right? And so the Ergo Explorer, the Cardano Explorer, right? They're very granular and low level data. So how do you aggregate that, right? How do you understand the entire ecosystem? Then you have other people who want to know things like what's for a certain token, who are the top wallets, right? So there are some people who are able to do that. There are services out there, right? And there's a business aspect of it. And so what we do is we build that platform for people to query that data, not only on Ergo, but across the different UTXO models. So in the future, it'll be Bitcoin, Cardano, Ethereum, and everything else under the sun. And so, yeah.
Please, let's hook it up. Okay, so let friend Steve over there know. He's going to take care of you. Not the black ones. The black ones are going to do that.
I'll continue after this if we know what they're doing.
Just for coming here, for being here, please help us out.
Go ahead, Chris. I think you finished up there.
Yeah, cool. So so those are the problems, right? And so what we do is for version 1, we're going to have a hybrid model where everyone can access like azores.app.xyz. And if someone has the capabilities to query the data directly from that web app, whether it's SQL, R, statistical programming language, or Python. Version 2, eventually we want it to be fully decentralized, right? Where we step away from a central service and people can access it from within their nodes, for example. And so that's like the multi-year plan. And so hopefully in the future, anyone can access the data, share reports and stuff like that. And people can commission certain views if they want to see it. So a good example of this is if you check out Dune Analytics, they're the Ethereum version of it. They're okay, and what we hope to do is we want to do a lot better than what they currently have. And I'm in California right now, and it's like 100 Southern California, so it's like 120 degrees. I just turned on my AC, so I'm like sweating. Any questions, comments, concerns while we wait for everyone in?
Sure. So what did you learn from doing analytics that you'd like to improve on?
Sorry, say that again, Joe.
What have you learned from Dune Analytics that you would like to improve on?
On the Ergo side?
Yeah. What what do they do that works for them? What do you think is missing?
Yeah, so I think Dune Analytics, what they do pretty well is the sharing aspect of it, right? And so what I mean by that is someone can just create a report very, very quickly on the fly, create a very simple thing to say, here is the price of Ethereum over time. Here are all of the
hey guys, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I'm going to try and get sound going from my phone here so we can do the demos. So all right, so why don't we do a sound? Say stuff.
Hey guys.
Hey
guys, how are we?
Yeah.
We're really good. We were just listening to some.
Yeah, that's not very good. Let me try something else. All right, let me try something else. It's not the best sound in the world.
Yeah, sorry, we kind of rugged you there.
I gotta figure out sound.
No worries. No worries. I wasn't prepared to be on the spot anyway, so.
I was really interested. I'm sure we all are.
Yeah, so you want me to continue?
Yeah, I might as well.
Yeah, so I think what they do really well is like the shareability aspect of it. Someone can go in, create a report, duplicate someone else's report, modify some of the code, and then say like, this is mine, right? You have a single URL, you can share it with other people, and then they can call it a day. What I don't think is good is all of these report creators and analysts is they have absolutely zero stake in the platform. And so what that means is currently Dune Analytics was recently, back in February, valued at $1 billion. Everyone who's creating the reports have zero ownership in the company, right? In where the company's headed, have zero say in it. And all of the blockchain analysts are just left there holding nothing at the end of the day, right? And so for all of the work produced in the future for Azores, we would want people to have a say in the platform. We want people to, for the content that we create, they get not only some sort of ownership, but other people can they're financially incentivized to show some of these data analytics to the rest of the ecosystem. Yeah. And so that's just one aspect of it, right? I have like this really long white paper that I would love to summarize for distribution, or easier distribution rather.
So is this Oracle data that you'd be selling?
What was that?
I said, I think that's a great aim to get away from this idea that the users are the product.
Exactly. Yeah. The users are the product. I think is good, right, for Web 2, but not so good for Web 3, right? I think we want to transcend from where we used to be and then head to where we want to go, right? And not only that, but like in the future, it's like, can you support the platform by providing Explorer data from across the different UTXO blockchains? Can you, if you have a GPU sitting there, can you run some off-chain bots to help people run their machine learning or artificial intelligence models, right? And so that's where we eventually want to get to.
I think that'd be great.
And Pyro, you said you had a question. I couldn't quite hear you. Your acoustics were a little.
Was this Oracle data that be selling, or is it like just a query into the blockchain?
It could be Oracle data. Right now, it would only be the primary like Explorer data, right? But what we plan to do is we want to take not only Ergo, but all of the different blockchains and consolidate it into a single platform. And in the future, if you wanted to, we'll put a pin on that one.
All right, Dan.
Cheers.
So the idea is you have Sky Harbor, right? You have Ergo Dex, they have their own backend. You have ErgoPad, they have their own backend. Every single dApp might have their own backend, right? Not everyone will have the technical expertise to like run all of these different things. And what if there was a platform, in this case, Azorus, to help consolidate all of that? And so that way you can query every single service from just from your command line or from a web portal, or maybe from your node, right? So to answer your question, no, not selling Oracle data, but helping people who are not as technically inclined to like build their nodes, download the data, right, to surface that information. Hopefully that answered some of that question.
Oh yeah, no, you did. It's interesting that you're doing it on all EUTXO blockchains. Ergo or Cardano.
Starting on Ergo first. We'll improve it, and then when we're ready, then we'll take over the rest of the space.
For those who might not be aware, Chris, can you give an example of the type of the reports that people can spin up?
Yeah. Give me 1 sec. Yeah, so for starters, right, and this is not something I mentioned a few times. Let's say if you wanted to know the top wallet holders of a particular token, you can do that one. Another one is if you want to calculate the what's the model for Bitcoin?
Hey guys, so we're gonna hook up my phone here to the intercom system, so we'll be able to hear everybody from here. All right, Joseph, just give me a second.
Yeah, so if you let me talk really quick. So if you wanted to, right, there is the stock to flow model, right? The person who's doing the stock to flow model has it all closed source. All you do is you see him pump it out on Twitter, right? He's just saying, here's where Bitcoin's going to go. What if there was a data scientist or a machine learning expert? They open source the code, they put it all on there. Then from there, you can see the report update on a regular basis, rather than pestering the stock to flow guy to say, oh, update your model, right? And again, it's all a black box. He's the only one who knows the parameters that goes into that model. What if there were better ways to come up with a different way of producing that model, right? So that's the second one. A third one off the top of my head could be if a new dApp wanted a certain report specifically for all of their tokens, right? They could outsource it to the community. Could say, who's an expert in SQL? Can you come up with a report that would do X, Y, and Z, right? And so I don't know what that's going to be, right? But I do think that if we provide the tools for the community, people will eventually come up with questions and find those answers for them.
I think that's big. We live in a world where information asymmetry tends to give a lot of advantage to a select few. And so having open source data, that people can source, make choices on, it's a big deal.
Yep. One thing that Mario and we were talking about a while back was, can you use it for, you query the blockchain and then pipe it into like trade bots, right? Or pipe it into your DEX trades. And so absolutely, this is all completely possible.
Yeah, that opens a lot of potential. Let's see how things are doing in Austin.
Well, Dan's pumping the drinks into himself.
I guess another round, right, guys? Everyone on the call?
Yes, be careful.
All right, here we go.
Are you drinking, Christopher? What kind of wine is that?
So this is so this is red wine. I gotta drive later. But it is from, if you're from California, there's a place called in Napa Valley. There's a place called Castello di Amorosa. It's my favorite wine. I only buy it from there. But I live in Southern California, so I ship the the wine from NorCal all the way down to SoCal. So it's a Cabernet Sauvignon. If you're a fan,
Okay.
yeah. I'm not much of a beer drinker, but I will drink a good bourbon.
Nice. I'm from Southern California, so I've been to Napa Valley.
Yeah. Oh wait, you're from Southern California, Pyro?
Yeah. Greater LA, Simi Valley.
All right, let's do a let's chat. Let's do a Ergo meetup in Southern California. I'm out by Roland Heights.
Well, it's gonna have to be a while from now because right now I live in Washington.
Okay, that's good. I just had a baby like 3 days ago. So, well, my wife had a baby 3 days ago. So that's all worked out.
You had a baby 3 days ago as well, so that's funny.
Yeah.
Though that's awesome.
Yeah. Thanks, Joe. Thanks, guys.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thanks everyone else on the chat as well. Yeah, baby girl. So really happy.
How are you even making time to do this?
I literally like before this call, 10 minutes, I put her down, not put her down, but put her to sleep, put her to sleep. And then that's why I was on mute and off the video the entire time.
Is your office the baby's room too?
No, the baby's room is the one over behind this wall.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. He's good.
Give it a few years and putting them down would be the correct term. Trust me.
You've also got a little one, Marty, as well, don't you?
Yeah, he's what, almost 5 weeks now. So yeah.
Congratulations. Also, you're getting much sleep.
Well, more than the mom.
It's good fun.
It's fun, but it's also I'm excited for when he can talk because then it'll get interesting.
It's funny.
It's funny. You can't wait for them to talk until they start talking. Then all you want to do is for them to shut up. Same thing with walking around too. You want them to walk until they walk.
That's exactly what I was just about to say, mate.
How many of you guys all got kids?
I got 2 boys, 13 and 10, showing in the Ergo way. I'm trying to get them into creating NFTs. So they're starting on that journey slowly but surely.
Send me a minting address.
I've got a 3-year-old daughter, and she's very, very headstrong.
Yeah, I have no kids, but I work with kids. I'm a behavioral technician for kids with autism.
Nice. That must be rewarding.
Oh, every day, 5 days a week. Lots of improvement every day.
We've got Early Bird in the chat saying, I'm the child here. So where's everyone from around the world? Got people joining in from everywhere. Where are you guys from? We've got Ergonauts, one from Miami, and then we've got Pyro and Chris from Cali.
Where are you from, CW?
I'm from just outside of Canberra, which is the capital city of Australia. So semi-rural for myself.
What about Ergonauts number 1? Nice.
Miami Beach.
Nice.
Crypto capital of the world.
There you go.
Supposedly.
You need to go and have a chat to the mayor and get in his ear about Ergo.
on my to-do list is to print up some of those QR codes and just start sticking them around downtown and all up on the crypto bull and everything else, and just go wild with it. It's just pretty far down on my list.
Isn't
right now.
Miami all in on like Algorand or something like that, because they're doing a bunch of like green initiatives with the sensors?
You see a lot of Algorand and Bitcoin down here. I mean, all the Bitcoin maxis, but yeah, Algorand, you're starting to see more of them.
Okay.
We'll have to set up a raffle for your bail, sticking stickers everywhere.
I think we can fund
that. EF initiative.
I mean, who knows? The next, was it the Bitcoin conference? It's probably going to come back here a few times, I'm sure. So, try to get some Ergonauts down here and take it by storm.
There's a couple of nice conferences down there in Miami. Seems like
that's about all Miami's good for is conferences and vacations. You stay more than a couple weeks, it starts to get to you.
Yeah, I imagine. How hot is it there right now?
It's been raining, so it's been about like mid 80s, but it's humid. It's always humid.
Looks like we have a couple from Get Block that came in. How's the Aneta pool coming along, CW? Have you checked that today?
Apparently they're up and running, or they are up and running, but apparently they're producing some blocks. So I'll just bring that up now and we can have a look and see what the go is. So it's nice of them to be able to...
Found the first block within, I think, like 30 minutes of launching.
I was literally just
on
Get Block switching to the Aneta pool a couple before this.
Yeah, there's like 64 miners on it, I think, so far. Pretty good hash rate for the first 2 hours of launch.
That's amazing.
Just hover over Smart Pools, Marty. And click on that one, Ergo Smart Pool Plus. Yep. And then on the dash, you've got the little hamburger menu on the left. And Smart Pools.
You have to be in the dashboard right now. It's bugged on the main page.
All right.
Well, that's good.
I don't know where to find it.
I think you have to put your address in, and then it'll display things then.
Anyone got it? There we go.
I got a link for you.
There we go.
Yeah, buddy.
Wow. Well done.
71 miners connected.
We're going to have to do an ErgoPad one.
Last I looked, it was 31.
Spin one up and give some ErgoPad away.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Look how much hash rate, 91.1 gigahash already. Wow.
Whoa.
This is massive, I think, for the Ergo ecosystem.
It's big. I mean, the whole space just has no clarity, right? So it's for projects to, come to market via work really is probably the best thing they can do. Right now you can talk to a crypto lawyer and the best thing you'll get is some advice that, even they're not very sure of. It's just a really foggy space. Until there's at least some idea, how things are going to be classified and treated, launching via Smart Pool proof of work is huge in terms of minimizing liability for projects in general. And
I spoke to 3 different lawyers, got 3 different answers.
Yeah, that's how it is.
Nobody knows.
It's one of
also, sub pools are so cool compared to like SBOs and Cardano. Never seen anything like it.
Yeah, it's a huge innovation in my opinion. Proof of work in and of itself is ultimately just based on incentive, right? People mine for the incentive of mining. And so having the ability to have multiple assets or perhaps multi-assets available and still support the same network is just, it's massive.
Well, we've got Rob and Vinny in here from GetBlock. Turn your mic
on,
guys, and
hey, I'm jumping in. How you guys doing?
Hey, Rob.
Glad to have you here, Rob.
Yeah, good to be here. Yeah, it's been an exciting launch for sure. You know, I think it was actually quicker than 30 minutes. I think 5 or 10 minutes out of the gate, we launched another subpool, and they found the block almost immediately. So it's very cool to see. You know, I think it was like 0% effort or something like that, which is insane.
Where to start?
It's a good omen.
How much hash rate have you had swap over now in total to your subpools?
I mean, it's jumping around a little bit. I think people are kind of, you know, switching over as we speak. So it's congesting the network a little bit, but not too much. So I think as you saw, we got 90 gigahash jumped over to, you know, the Aneta BTC subpool within about 2 hours or so. So it was a pretty quick switch over.
How hard is it to launch a pool?
I mean, it's, you know, the basic contracts are built. So, I mean, it's just customizing those. Our next phase with subpooling is basically to create what we're calling user-based subpools, where, you know, we'll have a user interface where they can, you know, log in, kind of custom build their subpool to their liking. And there'll be guardrails, right, that make sense, you know, fee structures and things like that. But yeah, it will be something that will be, you know, somewhat modular. Someone can go in and, you know, customize it to what makes sense to them. You know, different token offerings as long as it's a native asset, different fee structures, different payout structures. So a lot of flexibility.
I was mining to Hero Pool for a good part of a half a year. And I know Ergo's had a hard time decentralizing pools. This seems like it's really good to decentralize pools that way.
Yeah, and that's, you know, one of our goals, right? I mean, it's, you know, obviously not, you know, the easiest process to fully decentralize a mining pool, but, you know, we do have decentralization in mind, and, you know, with long-term efforts, I think, you know, we'll get there, and this is a great start.
Yeah, so we got on the stage right here. So everybody here can hear what's going on. So let's continue. No pressure. No pressure at all. Come on, everybody. Just give them no pressure at all. Come on. This is one of your here. You can find out more about it from the Ergo Foundation and other websites and the GetBlock website.
Feedback attack. Wow.
All right, Rob, where were you?
Yeah, so I think we were just talking about the, you know, overall launch of the, you know, new Neta subpool. And then when we were talking about some of the custom-based subpools that are coming out in the future. But, you know, as you see here, this is a, you know, new, you know, a screenshot of the new subpool that launched today. As we said, we got a, you know, quick jump of miners onto the pool, about 91 gigahash instantly. And these miners are currently mining Neta, which is, you know, something very, you know, novel and unique and different, right? So again, on the Ergo blockchain, but instead of being rewarded in ERG, they're, you know, getting an instant swap to Neta, and it's actually 22% higher than what they would earn if they were mining Ergo directly.
Yeah, that's huge on a lot of different levels. I mean, it kind of helps like the TVL, it automatically gets some DeFi users. And, you know, it also gives projects the ability to compete in terms of their incentive that they give the miners to mine their subpool versus, you know, I guess Comment and Aneta are now to some degree like competitors.
Yeah.
Hash rate.
Yeah, no, it's really cool to see. I mean, I think, again, we're all one big community, right? But just to kind of see these, these subpools kind of break out and kind of do their own thing, it's really cool, right? I mean, it's, they kind of have their own mining communities now, right? There's, separate conversations going on about, how to mine and what's the best GPU and, all sorts of things. So, I mean, it's really cool to kind of see this kind of branch off into different, into different paths.
Well, Rob, touched that on our dark cave mining as well, about having to basically market your subpool and then try and provide extra incentives. Like you said, you're in competition direct with Neta and then the Comet side of things. So then if another pool does spin up, then they're in direct competition with each other once again. So it'd be interesting to see how the marketing aspects start to come across eventually for the subpools.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I mean, I think we're also seeing them kind of, market themselves, right? So, I mean, it's kind of, building on top of what we're doing, and, they can kind of take all the benefits of, the smart pool that's been created so far and kind of, put their stamp behind it too, right? So it's, we're offering, in a sense, mining as a service, right? And, these groups are able to kind of come onto our pool and create their own subpools and, launch their tokens in fair distribution, which is, something unique in itself.
Yeah, that's huge. Yeah, Ergo first started, the whole solo mining concept kind of led to the idea that, dApps and miners would kind of coexist in terms of running infrastructure. And I think this is a really nice segue into building that longer term partnership where you have like on-chain infrastructure that's being maintained by the very people that are mining the token.
Yeah, no, I agree 100%. I think, the framework, is here, right? And I think that a lot can be built on top of it. So, I mean, this is just a start. I said, I think the other day, we're just scratching the surface with this. And I think that, taking this and building on it and working with the community and other projects to launch different forms of subpools, I think will be very interesting to see in the future.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I'm excited.
Agreed. No, and it also helps bridge the gap, right? I think a lot of miners are looking for profitability right now, right, due to inflation, issues with price, electricity. I mean, you could go on and name all these kind of outlying factors. And I think, something like what an AWTC is doing, it definitely helps bridge that gap.
Yeah, things are getting messy out there. What did they push? Bomb?
I'm sorry?
We got some crazy feedback.
Yeah.
If you guys aren't speaking and you don't have headphones on, just mute your mic.
Oh, I asked what was the update in terms of the difficulty bomb. I haven't really been following that.
So I think the latest I heard was that the test that they did on testnet was successful. So I mean, there was that, but there's obviously a lot of other factors that need to come, and you've seen the crazy phases that they have. So I think there's more to come. They're saying later in the year. I just keep saying I kind of mute it out right now. I'll see it. I'll believe it when I see it.
Yeah, I kind of do the same, to be honest. That's why I ask you.
Yeah, I mean, it's gotten to a point where it's just like, come on already. And look, I get it. Development's not easy, right? I mean, it takes time to do these things. I mean, obviously, granted, it took them this long to, get things completed on testnet. And then, now there's the whole mainnet approach. And I think, us being all kind of in the blockchain space now, we know what that takes, right? It's not, something that you can just, click a button or snap your fingers and be, completely done with it. And there's a lot of money behind it, right? So you need to do it right and make sure that you're protecting, what's the people and the investors that are involved.
Yeah, it's a wild engineering project, in all honesty. I mean, I have to respect that.
Agreed.
So just as we've been talking, another two miners have jumped on with 4 gigahash. So nice little addition there.
Yeah, it's bumping up nicely. And actually, I think if you may have noticed, the first block was actually paid out. So it shows the amount of neta that was paid to the miners that were on the pool at the time.
I just 8,000 neta.
Yeah, not bad.
I had a question about the subpooling for Neta, which is above my pay grade.
Sure.
So I saw a question posed a couple of days ago about this. I'm sure you're aware like how Aneta BTC works. So if you own the Aneta Angel NFT on the Cardano side, you get a multiplier to your payouts for staking with the Aneta pool. And someone asked, is there a way to implement the kind of a similar function of the Aneta Angel NFTs on Ergo's platform, but it was limited to the smart contracts on GitBlock, from what I understood. How would you go about building out that kind of framework where if a miner owned two, Aneta Angels, that they got a 1.2 multiplier? Is that possible?
Yeah, so I mean, there's definitely some exploration that we need to continue to do on the NFT side. We have already identified that we can distribute NFTs through smart pools. It gets a little convoluted when you look at NFTs versus just fungible tokens, right? Which is just like an image that it's, you can mint 1,000 of them and they just all have the same token ID. That's fairly simple. That's just like distributing any token on the pool. More with interactions that are, within wallets and having wallet signing and things of that nature. Yeah, it's possible, but, there's obviously some more, due diligence that's needed and some further development. But, there is, we look at this as phase one with the Neta subpool. So there's, definitely some future things that we're looking at, that we'll be able to provide not only, obviously this team and this project, but other projects as well. That may have, like you just suggested, interactions with NFTs, again, that may be maintained within specific wallets.
Super cool. Thanks for the answer.
No problem at all.
Yeah, that would be an interesting thing to dig into in terms of how they're running that on the Cardano side. I mean, if it's staked to a particular stake pool, is that accurate?
Yep. Yeah. If you stake to their Aneta stake pool and you own a certain amount of NFTs, give you threshold unlocks for increased multiplier payouts for Neta.
Huh. Yeah. No, it'd be interesting to see how that works on the Cardano side, because there is some similarity. There's a couple ways to go about that. MHS actually has the profit sharing DApp, which at this point is really underutilized, but I think longer term we're going to see a lot of kind of exotic things built on top of it. It depends kind of where. If they're in a specific pool, I guess you would need to have a scanner for their wallet, and they'd have to have it in their mining wallet. Yeah, so there's some, I guess, structural things you got to figure out in terms of how that would function, but I don't see why it wouldn't be possible.
So, Rob, for any aspiring project, what would they have to do to be able to spin up a pool?
I mean, at this point in time, I would say, if you're interested in a subpool, reach out to us separately. We're obviously customized the subpools that we've launched to date. Again, our focus will be the user-based subpools that can be, created by pretty much anyone. But no, definitely reach out to us. We're open to conversations. We do have multiple socials that you can find either on Telegram, Discord, or even directly on our website at getblock.io.
Cheers, mate. Thank you very much for that.
No problem.
So anyone have any questions?
Oh, yeah. Did Austin ever get hooked up with the audio or what? I think they muted us, or did we mute them?
I muted them just because of the feedback. I've requested Dan to unmute himself. So I keep seeing a couple of people turn around. So it was interesting to see. I'll send Dan a message on Telegram and see if he picks up.
Yeah.
I thought it was interesting that that Gram Swap project kind of came out of left field. No one even knew about it. And then it burned one of our Ergonauts tokens whenever he was swapping on it. But that was pretty cool to see that Ergo's being built on across the board, projects we don't even know about.
Yeah, that was painful. It wasn't on my radar either, to be honest. Sometimes that happens where you have things that kind of pop up and I guess, yeah, they didn't have their outputs programmed to support native tokens, and somebody got burned. I know that Nautilus is already implementing a solution where it's going to give a pop-up with a checkbox, try to give people guardrails in terms of smart contracts to make sure they're not burning tokens on accident.
Yeah, and the dev for that swap program is pretty cool. I talked to him on Telegram today. Really nice guy. I thought it was just interesting. He just kind of came out of nowhere with the swap that he built for Ergo.
Yeah, that happens. You know, sometimes there's always that like first person that can go in and get burned. You got to be careful. A lot of the times when there's new infrastructure like that, yeah, I would not use your main wallet. I would use like a test wallet, and make sure that you don't accidentally end up getting burned.
You guys want to let everyone know what Gram Swap is supposed to do?
Sure, go for it.
I'll leave that to you. I'm not familiar with the project yet. I just know that somebody got burned, and I sent him some ErgoPad just to kind of catch him up to what he lost, because I felt super bad.
My understanding, it's a swap tool, very similar to like WAP Swap, where you could connect your miner to this dApp and then swap it with several other tokens. I think I forgot the exchange you're using. Maybe it's Gate.io.
Yeah, it's like a centralized text, I guess. And then someone on the back end actually executes the order.
It's a nice tool. Hopefully people don't get burned at this point. You'll see that a lot with wallet devs, though. Like when they post their test wallet, there's like one fraction of an erg. That's usually part of why.
I think we got a bit of an update as well. The developer has put in some guardrails just in regards to the checks for the transaction building. So be interesting to see if that's come to fruition or not. Just have to check on that one.
For the subpools, for the Aneta subpool, is it Aneta plus ERG, or is it just Aneta?
No, it's just Aneta the way that they set it up. So they'll do it's in the 1 for 1.22 swap of Neta. So which you can instantly, if you'd like, swap it on Ergo Dex for that additional profit, or you could hold it. Obviously they're doing several other things within their project, like staking, especially on the Ergo blockchain. So, it could come in handy, once that's launched as well.
That's an interesting point as well, Rob, isn't it? Each pool can determine their own tokenomics and token distribution.
That's exactly right. It's almost like they're creating their own emissions contract or their own, emissions distribution based on, whatever is important to them.
So just ticked over the 100 gigahash. Congratulations.
Yeah, cheers.
As you can see, you can on the graph that Marty's just ticked over on the monthly view, you can definitely see where the subpooling's gone live. There's a pretty big influx.
Yeah, you typically see that jump, and their miners jump from pool to pool. It's just something that's inherent, and you also see the daytime, nighttime mining. So you do see fluctuations at times. But yeah, no, you definitely see an impact, and even from the original launch, you can see kind of that direction upward spike right there. Back when we originally launched it.
So let's jump over to the Comet pool and see how that one's traveling. Wonder how Comet will react actually in regards to their marketing.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see. They've got a lot of creativity, so I'm sure something will come out of it.
I'm waiting. If anyone knows the service that does bulk uploads for NFTs, I've been waiting for a couple months now to upload 100 unique NFTs. I know Hazy said they were developing something, but not quite yet.
Yeah, I believe the Sky Harbor guys have chucking something together, but then also there's another project. I'd have to check on that one. Just slipped to my mind, actually.
Yeah, I wish I knew off the top of my head. I don't. Sorry.
There's quite a bit going on in the ecosystem. It's a bit hard to keep up on everything.
That's a beautiful thing, though, really.
Yeah. Great.
We're working on an NFT contract too, where you can have like a pool of NFTs and then the smart contract will distribute at random. So like all the NFTs would be a certain price and you'd send that to the smart contract and receive one of any of these random NFTs that are locked there, rather than having to do like a centralized distribution method.
Yeah, Armenio and I touched on that on the developer update, which will be released in a couple of hours now. Sort of not knowing the emissions behind the contracts. So someone sends, say, their ERG to an address, then what's to say, where's the transparency in how those NFTs are then distributed? So is it random, or is it or the rares are released at a certain time? There's no sort of transparency around that at the moment. It'd be great to have something like that out in the ecosystem.
Yeah, well, I think there's a lot of stuff in crypto like that that's kind of Wizard of Oz, to where, you send your fee to, a wallet or something, and then, some guy behind the curtain gives you something. And the ability to game that is just too easy.
To have that all on chain and the distribution of the NFTs
for example, I have a burn wallet on Cardano, handle @PyroPanda or $PyroPanda. I'll burn it for you. I'm just kidding.
No, Cardano has some pretty nice solutions in terms of NFTs. The NFT maker thing that Patrick Tobler made is one of my favorite NFT tools, because it has like a type of lazy mint feature where artists can upload pictures, and then once it sells, it's minted and put onto the chain, which kind of means like NFTs now can somewhat be like NFT artists can be like miners, where they don't have to disclose their personal information in order to interact with crypto. They can create art and then sell it on chain that way. It's pretty neat to see, in my opinion.
We've just got a question here from Michael in the chat for Marty. Any idea when that will be launched?
3 months to 6 months, we hope. If not sooner. It really depends how the smart contracts go. But as far as like this is the Figma that I'm showing now. This is like the prototype, but this is the actual front end code. We've got the API schema written. We're working on the API already. And then Louis Vatra and LGD are working on the smart contracts now. And then we're also kind of getting more people involved in the smart contracts. But basically what we need it to be is where everything's on chain, besides some of the things like the discussion stuff can be, we're thinking of doing it sort of like flat files on IPFS. So instead of having to have our own local database, like a lot of this stuff can be decentralized as well. But the main smart contracts are kind of the hard part, and getting proposals which block treasury spending unless a vote passes. There's a lot of kind of things we have to figure out, but I think we're on the right track. Louis is going to be presenting the schema for the smart contracts to us this week, I guess, and then we'll have more to share with the community. So
thanks for that update, mate.
Sorry, Marty. I was interested in the NFT service that you mentioned.
Oh, sorry. We don't have a time frame on that. It's kind of like we don't want to take too much time away from the Padilla stuff. So it's like when we have time, or if somebody's waiting on somebody else, they'll work on the NFT thing. But it's also, we need it for our own because we'd like to do some NFT projects of our own. We've got some plans in mind. The guy Nico, who built the front end, all the UX for Padilla, is kind of leading the charge on an NFT project we want to release. So we'll have more to share about that coming up soon. So we need the smart contract for it so we can do it on chain. But that'll be open source. We'll share everything. So if you guys want to launch your own NFT projects, you'll be able to just use what we've done.
Cool. Yeah, so I'm thinking about doing an NFT project, but I can't code. So hopefully it's something that just anyone can use.
That's the plan. And also, we did mention we were thinking of doing an IDO for Minted with Lovelace, which is a Cardano NFT platform where like any artist can come and just launch their NFT platform through them without having to code. So, and the nice thing about that project is it's not just a Web2 front end. They've also got you can like clone the GitHub repo and then just run it locally on your machine through your own node and launch an NFT project that way. So there's no centralization there, but I'm not sure how much of that we're going to bring to Ergo if we're going to do that, or if we're just going to keep it simple and release our code. So, but that's all coming up. Actually, somebody mentioned in the chat here, they mentioned Night Owl's launch. Have you guys heard of their new random number generator code? They developed it for the Ergo hack. So we're actually going to use their example for the random NFT sales contract, because you need that random number generator that's like on chain through an oracle.
Yeah, it's a pretty novel idea. Do you want to give people a rundown on what that is?
Yeah, so what the Night Owl team did is they need it for their roulette. For roulette. So they needed a way to have random numbers generated without it being predictable, because one of the difficulties in RNG is if the algorithm can be run enough times, you can kind of predict what the next number will be. So you kind of use a version of entropy, which is like some kind of unpredictable number to sort of salt the randomization. So what they've done is they've taken the Ethereum Ergo Oracle and they use the Ethereum block hash or block height, I believe. And that number salts the random number generator. And so the reason they use Ethereum's block time is because it's 15 seconds versus Ergo's 2 minutes. If Ergo got down to 15-second block time, we could probably just use whatever block height was mined, or I think it's Arminio's shaking his head. He's like, don't say it. Don't say it. Call Alex up and tell him.
Well, listen, it works. It worked for Ethereum because number one, they had unlimited emissions, right? When you have an when you have an asynchronous network around the planet, it takes time for consensus to be reached, right? And so how Ethereum kind of got around the problem of having a messy blockchain is they started paying miners for uncles, right? So if two blocks are hit at relatively the same time, one of them is uncled, depending on, how many blocks follow, and miners get paid for that, which is great. But when you have capped emissions, you really can't pay to have things, kind of inefficient.
That makes sense.
So
it's hanging off the chain everywhere.
Yeah, I have done a lot of, let's say, looking into how we could potentially, optimize the network for miners, our adjustment period. And there seems to be some potential there. It would be something that would be painful to do, but it is at least possible. But in terms of block time, I really think having a conservative network is a good idea.
It's easy to fire up layer 2, if we need it.
Yeah, scaling solutions, as they develop, can be plugged in when and where they're needed.
We've been using fulfillment bots on our end because we were finding it was lots of issues where people had, if they submitted a transaction and then they had to wait to see if it went into the mempool, sometimes it wouldn't, they'd have to submit again. And there was just kind of a big hassle for that. So now we've got fulfillment bots that operate pretty much just like Ergo Dex, where you send your whatever it is, if you're trying to initiate a stake or whatever it is you're doing, and then the bots will pick up the transactions or refund it if it takes too long. And it actually works really well. And Louis designing it in such a way where any project could, they're programmed generically. So I think the Ergo Dex ones are quite specific to the needs of Ergo Dex.
Yeah.
But the way we wrote them, they are more general so that any project could clone the code and use it for their own smart contracts. So
yeah, I think that's the way to go moving forward, is just maximize the ability to be off-chain interacting on-chain.
Yeah, totally.
Sorry, and that just goes alongside the UTXO model. Naturally, most things sort of constructed, or transactions constructed off-chain and then just verified on-chain.
Yeah, I think longer term, like if we're having a meeting in, I'd say within a couple of years, the base layer over time will fade more into settlement. I do think that we'll hit the same bottleneck that every, decentralized network that's not trying to do the whole layer one thing, which is a little crazy in my opinion, but that's a side note. Yeah, we'll see scaling solutions, and hopefully we get open source scaling solutions, a variety of them, to where different projects can choose what makes sense where.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. If the layer one is slow and secure, it's better than being fast and insecure or unreliable.
Well, it's just a matter of, you're working with a global asynchronous network, right? So if you want things to be propagated across all of the nodes globally at different latencies and connection speeds, it takes time. And so having that firm consensus, it really does, in my opinion, offer a lot of advantage versus trying to make your layer one. If you want to be Solana, you really have to put the requirements on the users that I can't operate with that. I don't have the internet speed. I would say a couple of you are probably in urban environments where you could pay enough to actually participate on a network level, but the majority of us would just be off the team.
Yeah, if somebody's choosing who's verifying the network, then why even have crypto? May as well just go use your bank.
Yeah.
Exactly, mate.
Kind of like MasterCard's new NFT platform.
It's sexy. And when something is sexy, you're going to have, companies come in and try to market that, because it's, the reality is most large organizations are just going to look at you in terms of like your demographic box. Crypto users and crypto industry is becoming its own box. So we'll have politicians speaking to us. We'll have corporations advertising to us because, I guess we have enough traction that's politically viable, in terms of like the actual quality of, what that means or what people say is always unpredictable. I'm sure we're already in our own boxes that we're being spoke to.
If anyone has any questions, by all means, jump in, guys.
What's the news on the project trying to break the output record, by the way? We'll see if we can get him in here. Give me a minute.
I've got a question here from Keith in the chat. So here we go. Alephium, another proof of work blockchain that's just kind of starting. They've got a chartered design. Their block times is around 2 or 3 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of what's what's in the technology behind that? I haven't looked into them too much, to be honest.
Well, let's start with Ergo. Oops, my video is lost. Sharding is pretty much off the table in terms of Ergo because of how we're trying to use compression techniques, right? Once you are using Neutral, you don't really want to shred the blockchain because you're using super blocks as like a indicator for how you're compressing the chain. That is something that I think we see market wide is a push for quicker block times, faster finality. Then the question is going to be, how does that hold up over time? I don't know. I have talked to the dev there just because we're in the UTXO Alliance, but in terms of the actual technology they're using and their P2P layer and how all of that operates, I have no idea. No time to dive into it.
Yeah, we got enough going on here, I think.
Yeah, I think in terms of like the core protocol itself, Ergo is going to continually lean towards the conservative side. There's a lot of things in the space that are seen as solutions, and they may be, but if they're not done well, it's going to be catastrophic. It's like zero knowledge proofs are a good example. It potentially could be one of the most useful like compression scaling solutions that we see. But if the math doesn't hold, which is unknown, because when you're talking about that high level math, it just depends on time more than anything. And then on the other hand, if the actual implementation of it isn't correct, it could be catastrophic because you could have someone have the ability to mint tokens with nobody else being able to know that they're minting tokens, which would be, just somewhat suicidal. So in terms of like roll-up solutions and all of that, yeah, it offers a huge path forward, but it's going to be something that just time is the ultimate thing that will determine strong designs. And you can't cheat that. So I think being conservative, holding back, waiting to see what time unveils really is the best path forward.
Yeah, and just on that, Ergo's got multiple sort of options there to be able to implement scaling solutions, not just have just a sharded blockchain, for instance.
Yeah, there's a lot that can be supported. Then it's a matter of saying, okay, we need to have it properly open sourced, have the right documentation in place, and then get the community assistance to have that bootstrapped on top of multiple applications. So it's done right.
Yeah, different applications will require different needs, like sub-block finality and all kinds of bits and pieces. So I guess it all comes down to the needs and wants of the individual app. So I see Marty's just reached out actually just to seek a little info on the record for the transaction. So he's not too sure whether that's gone ahead or not. We'll soon find out.
Yeah, one of the developers was at a barbecue. We kind of dropped that on him last minute, so we'll see. Let me hop off real quick, see if I can get in touch with him.
No problem.
I'm going to have to take off actually, guys. So really appreciate you having me on.
Thanks for joining, mate, and thanks for your insight. It's beautiful. Thank you very much.
Cheers. Take care, everyone.
Later, man.
Later. Enjoyed it, Marty.
Pyro's got a question there. What's the largest DAO on Ergo? As you can see, we've got the Padilla, or what Marty was just kind of flicking through on his shared screen. He's got the Padilla, which is a kind of like a TypeScript setup for be able to implement DAOs. Once that's sort of all up and running, it gives a framework for everyone to be able to spin up with their own tokenomics and distribution of governance and all kinds of bits and pieces. So it'll be an interesting one to watch. And that's the one I think it was referring to Michael in regards to the timeframes. He said about 6 months or so, thereabouts, give or take.
But what is the largest DAO? It doesn't sound like Patty is a DAO. But,
it is a framework to be able to spin up DAOs. The DAOs themselves, I guess you could probably consider the EF as one prior to them incorporating. Outside of that, I'm not too sure. I'd have to look into it.
I wish Marty was still on for a second. I really want to understand more about the swamp audio. It's such an interesting concept to me, but I wish I knew more about how it actually functions and how it interacts with the blockchain.
Yeah, so they've proposed a couple of EIPs in regards to utility NFTs. So that'll have a heap of metadata, I guess, in an NFT, and that just determines ownership and all kinds of bits and pieces. So what they're trying to achieve is pretty interesting, I think, having basically it's a decentralized music sort of marketplace where artists can distribute their music NFTs, and yeah, it's a pretty interesting concept. What they put forward in the Ergo hack, pretty extensive. So they've done a heap of the front end work and then just getting stuck right into the back end side of things at the moment.
Speaking of Ergo hack.
Yeah, sorry, Keith, go ahead, mate.
I was just going to ask about the, I don't know if it's already been rolled out or not. What's the ETA for the judge's decision?
It's a pretty interesting one, actually, because a majority of the judges are actually devs, and then we've just kind of lumped 17 projects on them to be able to go through and try and decipher which one's best in their opinion. So it's quite a bit of work for those guys to kind of go through and decipher and get their sort of teeth stuck into the project and have an understanding to be able to make a sound judgment. Should be just with the standard Ergo response soon. So, yeah, it's a bit of an undertaking for those guys to go through and provide a fair judgment. So we'll just give them a little bit of time on that one.
Yeah, this is a hard one for sure. I remember the first Ergo hack, the winner was pretty easy to choose, right? Because there's only a couple of projects that participated, but 17's a lot. And there are some really cool projects involved.
Yeah, and really well developed as well. So it's not just a proof of concept or a sort of white paper. They've got full-on code with working products and everything like that. So, yeah, hats off to the guys involved. I don't know whether that's because of the amount of time that was granted for that or just their ideas and the skill sets that the guys have this time around. Yeah, we'd be able to look into that, whether we do like another 3 or 4 week sort of Ergo hacks in the future. We'll have to take all that into consideration. So it'd be interesting to see what happens with the next Ergo hack. So it's kind of growing hack on hack. So it started off with probably 3 or 4 projects, and then it was 6 to 8, I think, for the second one. And this one just gone, I think it was 17 projects in total who submitted a final proposal. And the good thing about
the
that is
community is pretty cool.
Yeah, definitely. And like what I like to see anyway is the dev tooling that comes out of it. And so we spoke, or Marty touched on the random number generator. We've had another couple from Night Owl in the React DApp connector. And then Ilya's put forward the transaction visualizer. We've got Azarus putting together all their blockchain sort of explorer data analysis sort of side of things with Azarus. So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I think it was Nemo doing the GraphQL side for the Explorer. So all that just ultimately helps all the future devs coming into the ecosystem as well. So hopefully a number of in the future Ergo hacks actually utilize some of this information. I wouldn't mind being there and having a beer with all those guys. Yeah. A bit jealous, to be honest.
I should have made the drive. It's just an hour up the road, but I have my 11-month-old here, so Got to stay close.
Oh, you can leave them in the car. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. Should have brought her in.
It's a bit longer walk
No,
for myself.
We should make this a moment in time, screenshot this, because I know in like 2025, Ergo Hack and the meetup will probably be 10-fold, 50-fold this current size for Ergo's community, because it's just growing at an exponential rate now. Like every week I hop into Discord, there's 10 new people asking about the project. So definitely getting some outside traction.
Yeah, we keep kind of touching on this actually, and it's the growth of the ecosystem, both on the development side, but then the community as well. So I joined Ergo just from an investment side of things in about January of last year, and then jumped into the socials around March, I think it was, just to get some more up-to-date information. And there was a couple of people sort of chatting on the main Telegram and that sort of thing. About 6 months after that, things just kind of went through the roof. It's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, it's amazing to watch.
Yeah, so
I can't even track everything.
So got an update from Frosty actually just on that transaction. It's just waiting for confirmation.
So it looks like it might have been sent.
Oh, so the attempt at breaking the record is already floating unconfirmed on the network.
It's like it.
That's
the miners
cool.
are just trying to sort everything out.
Yeah, a lot of it just depends on the reward that they attach to it. The algorithm is naturally going to scan for the best fee per byte to try to maximize the rewards for miners. So like the one that I believe is the current record. Well, actually, before the noodle drop, they did the minimum fee, and so it hung out in the network until it was just found an empty block that it fit in, which took quite a while, actually.
I think it was about 3 hours or so, was it? Or longer?
Yeah, ultimately, being proof of work for speed, sometimes adjusting the fees is going to be beneficial.
Yeah, definitely for race conditions and all kinds of bits and pieces. I think the 52, the chain transaction, I think it was about 6 or so ERG block reward. There was a bit more meat on the bone for the miners on that one, as opposed to just the standard fee. Luca, I believe it's about 20,000, just one single transaction.
Yeah, let's see. I don't know what Hazy put together, to be honest.
I'm a bit scared.
Yeah, it's one of those things. If there's ever like an issue with the nodes, sometimes it's usually older versions. It's always when Alex is sleeping. Every time. I'm gonna go get my dog. Just a second.
There's a bear outside. Big fluff ball, that thing, isn't he? Big black fluff ball.
Look how animated some of these people are at this bar.
Yeah, they're getting pretty happy.
Yeah, it's progressive over time. I've seen it become far more lax.
I feel like as I watch, I'm just going to see their faces start drooping as they drink more. But it's going to be great.
I can't wait to see Dan do some karaoke. That'll be a sight to see. Or hear.
It's pretty cool how Charles always pops up at Ergo events.
Yeah, it just shows his interest, I guess. Obviously, he's a bit of a believer, and he likes the people within the ecosystem, and he can believe in the product. So he's mentioned a couple of times, a couple of famous quotes saying Ergo is a spiritual successor to Bitcoin, and then obviously the I think it was top 15 or top 20, whatever it was, deserves to be deserving number of that market cap. So we'll soon see. I I think I'm just happy to see the growth in the community and then just keeping that ethos in regards to the manifesto. I think we've just got a great base to build upon.
It's very refreshing. It's kind of a harkening back to, 2013, 2014, when the ecosystem was just hardcore Bitcoin people and Litecoin. And then it blew up, became mainstream. Everyone's going to be rich overnight. And then suddenly you have these ecosystems like Solana, for one. I don't know. Ergo is so refreshing to be in because the community actually wants to build a real decentralized, disruption to the financial ecosystem that we're in.
Yeah, and you can see that reflected in the chats as well. Someone comes in with a comment or a question and things like that. Everyone's sort of willing to jump on and help out to the best of their ability. So all that sort of side of things ties into the grounding of the community. Whereas we're not just kind of full of all the moon boys, which will kind of be inevitable at some point. But yeah, we just have to help and educate as much as we can. So Pyro, Michael's got a question here just in regards to your NFTs. If you wanted to elaborate, I'll see you've put a reply in there.
Yeah, I was doing a drop called Ouroboros. It's like 50% Cardano, 50% Ergo. So it's for fun.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of highlights in the Ergo group chat on Twitter for that one. What was he chasing, Joe?
Rabbit. Had a rabbit outside the window, and that's like code red around here. So I'm trying to keep him calm. Let's see how it goes.
Hungry. Let him out. We're just touching on how lax people are getting in the brewery there.
Oh, yeah? Let me see. Yeah, hopefully they start singing for us soon. There's Dan with the mic.
Oh, look. Hey, Dan, look over here. He's on his phone a lot, just like we all are.
There you go.
Yeah, I reached out to him. He's just going to unmute whenever he wants to talk. So he'll sort all that out so we don't get abused with feedback. He's just coming over here now, so he might be doing something.
It's like a Tibetan Mastiff or what? Thing is huge.
Ciao, ciao. On now, back to the window.
How much does he weigh?
About 80 pounds or so.
Chow Chow, that's a war dog.
Say that again?
A Chow Chow is a war dog.
Yeah. Pretty serious about keeping this place safe.
Got to watch out for those rabbits.
Yeah. Yeah, good dog. Just, I don't know. Rabbits set him off. You would be surprised how many videos I've been trying to do, and then he's barking in the middle of it. It's like, oh.
It's funny as well, isn't it? Like you get on a nice little sort of run, and then you think you're going pretty well, and then something will happen.
That's life.
Don't know how many videos I've recorded where the screen get washed out or my phone will die or who knows what will happen. And you're sitting there and you've just wasted half an hour's sort of work.
Yeah.
You've had a fun one with the dev update on that one, not having your audio on.
Yeah, sometimes doing the whole video thing. I never thought I'd be doing videos, if I'm honest. It was one of those things where Dan came in and he said, you guys really need to work on your communications. So somebody has to do videos, and it's just silence. And everyone looks at me like, hey, you have the best English. So
Oh, they're fun to do. I enjoy doing the dev updates with yourself.
I enjoy interacting with the community. Here it can be a little painful because it's early. And so I wouldn't say I'm not a morning person, but to go live and talk to people all around the world when you're still having coffees is new. I'm getting used to it.
Yeah, for those who don't know, it's what is it, 6 a.m. start, I think it is, for the AMAs?
Depends on daylight savings. Right now it's 7, which is a lot easier.
Iro's got his guardian there.
Okay. Well, let's see. Well, let's pin Austin, see what's happening there. CW.
Yeah, no dramas. I'll reach out now to Dan and see what he wants to do. Chris Smith saying adorable dog, by the way, Joe.
Yeah, he knows too. It's dangerous when they know.
What's the fluff situation like?
These are types of dogs that don't really like shed individual hairs. They just use like massive clumps. So it's versus like a husky where you just get little hairs everywhere, nonstop.
Yeah, a couple of family friends had huskies when I was growing up, and you just touch them, and then the air just fill with fluff. Crazy.
Oh, what's the 411 on the tier 1 exchange that I keep hearing about?
Right now, I've done all the paperwork I can do. So their engineer team is integrating. One thing that we always run into with these damn exchanges is a mainnet integration takes a lot more work than like an ERC20, right? If we were an ERC20 token, it would be like 2 days in terms of the actual dev lift. So what happens is we have a tendency to get pushed. What that means is an ERC20 project will come on pay, and then they'll take just as much for a lot less work. And so redirect their team, and it's still being worked on. Then there's not a lot I can do other than try to give them shit like, hey, what's happening? When are we going to go? But it's kind of a painful process. It's locked in. I mean, I've done all of the paperwork, signed contracts. Now it's just up to them. And unfortunately,
sounds about right.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't do much other than, get shit from all sides.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay.
Well, it's a bit better than last time. I think it was the Ergoversary, was it? Where we announced the 4 exchanges and then not allowed to be able to release any more info after that for months?
Yeah, and the reality is that's actually one thing that is kind of good about crappy market conditions is there's a lot more let's say due diligence, and exchanges suddenly are looking at, okay, who's going to last versus who just has money to pay for a listing.
Hey guys, so how about some karaoke?
Oh, we're getting it.
Here we go.
Love you.
Yeah, we're on record, mate.
Okay.
Smash Mouth or Frank Sinatra?
Apparently he's doing some gangster rap sort of Japanese music or something. So this could be anything.
I have no idea what to expect here.
Turn me up.
We need to turn down the volume a little bit there. Excuse me, DJ. Sorry about that, guys. A little bit intense. Go ahead, in 1 second. That was a little bit. What? Hold on, guys. Just we'll figure out the sound levels here in 1 moment.
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen?
Austin's got talent. Let's see.
That mystery, you always got to keep them guessing.
What time is it over there now? That'll be coming up just on 9 o'clock, I think, local time.
Yep, about
9 p.m.
Just
Look at that guy's
settling in.
double fisted. Did you see that? He even nodded to the camera.
Everyone's just settling in, getting comfortable for the night.
Yeah, the ratio is looking better. Okay.
All right, looks like we're gonna get some Japanese karaoke.
I feel like Japanese rap is has to be really good. It has to be really good.
Well, whoever knows the guy in the hat with the phone, let us know.
Yeah, I got a front row seat.
My hometown, now Osaka. Yeah. Osaka Dreaming Night Food. There's also music to this. Thank you. This is a favorite among most of the gangsters, apparently.
That's pretty interesting. What are your thoughts on that one?
Miana, we can't hear you if you're talking. But I don't know if you guys listen to Shillamania, but that happened to me too, where you couldn't hear the actual like music and rapping at the same time just because of network issues. So I bet you it was pretty fire in there, and everyone was just like blown away.
We can tell by the reaction, the crowd went wild.
I saw one person drop their phone because they thought it was like amazing. So yeah.
Just reached out to Dan to find out who that guy is in the hat. We have to get that video.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently we're on a big screen. I got message that we're on a big screen. They said they saw my face on the big screen. I was, oh, I wasn't prepared for that one.
Have to put your makeup on, mate.
Or shape my beard or something.
What a few people sort of coming and going in the chat in here as well. So if you want to introduce yourself, by all means, reach out and grab the mic.
Yeah, we've got a lot of black boxes with no faces. It'd be nice to hear and see some people.
Getting pretty loud in there.
Trying to figure out what kind of tattoo she has. I see a star.
Vinny's tuning in from bed.
Welcome, Vinny. Pleasure to have you.
Hello, hello.
How are you, mate?
I'm good. I'm just keeping an eye on everything here on the smart pool backhand. Make sure nothing goes down in flames.
How's everything looking?
Good, good. A lot of things that you guys don't see is the infrastructure that it takes to make this happen globally.
Yeah.
And in conjunction with the subpool code that's got pushed out, we basically created a whole new infrastructure that's Docker based and uses a hyperscale backend to handle the load of all the API calls, all the miner calls. All of that got rolled out at the same time. So we're just keeping an eye, make sure everything's working. And so far, so good.
Good to hear. First day cleared.
Yeah, knock on wood, right?
Yep.
You got another couple of servers up, I see, as well. You just announced. Was it West or East Europe?
Yeah, so we're bringing back all the regions, right? So we pared down the regions while we're rolling this out to ensure that it's a little easier to roll out code updates. So we rolled out. We had U.S. East, APAC, Australia East. We rolled out UAE, which is for the Mid East, and U.S. West just came online. We still got to roll out Brazil. And then we're going to pick up from there and try to roll out to other regions. We had planned to do India before we stopped right before we started doing the subpooling, and then South Africa. And then we're trying to find out from users where else do they see high ping times that we could push a region closer to them. So let us know.
I saw someone reach out about Brazil, I think it was.
Yep. We do plan on rolling that out. That's actually the next one to go out. Maybe tonight, if not tomorrow.
I have to thank you for getting the Australian one back up. I think my ping time's down to under 10 milliseconds. Pretty happy with that.
I know, right? So that's crazy. There's a solo miner, a couple solo miner actually out of Australia, and they were getting like sub 8 millisecond, which is pretty good.
Wow.
Yeah, that's amazing.
Okay, enjoy next. As much as I get.
What's he doing? Is he going again, is he?
I got no idea.
I missed all that. I don't know whether it's the audio or he's slurring. I have to give some props to Dan, actually. He's kind of thrown all this together without much time or notice or anything like that. So good to get a nice little crowd in there and all us here as well.
Yeah, it was something that was a bit unplanned. The last minute.
Joe and I were a bit skeptical about what would happen once we released the Zoom link. He was getting some notifications from Zoom about the link had been shared on Twitter, so we went to know what to expect.
Oh yeah, I was sharing it on Twitter. I didn't know if
Yeah, I was getting emails like, hey, you're basically unprotected. Anyone can come, and we've had all kinds of weirdness. I read into that.
Check your Telegram, Joe. I sent you a message.
So.
I'm not too sure if others noticed, but there was a gentleman in here who was deciding to show a little skin.
Yeah, hopefully everybody missed that.
It was when I had the screen pinned with Dan singing, so yeah, hopefully a few people missed it.
What can you do? When you have an open ecosystem, you get a lot of flavor. I guess you could call it that.
And not wrong, Mark. What's something else we can chat about?
No, whatever you guys want. I'm excited for Dexy. I think I'll get the paper from Alex probably tomorrow or Monday and start playing around with it. I think the first thing we'll try to trade on Dexy is actually going to be Dexy Gold. So we're going to stay away from the traditional fiat stablecoin, and we're going to create a gold derivative on top of Ergo, which is pretty neat because naturally you'll create an arbitrage trade that'll happen where you have three assets, Ergo, SIG-USD, and Dexy Gold. So I think that will naturally have some imbalances at time that we see traders trying to exploit, which is just good. It makes the network more active.
So is gold-backed asset for stablecoin?
Essentially, it's going to be pegged to the price of gold. Now, Dexy itself is not designed to have a fixed peg. It's a derivative that's going to float in a range. And so if it's within that range, there's a certain arbitrage in Dexy Gold itself between where you can mint it and then where it trades on the DEX, right? And how it's going to be created is when it's traded on the DEX, there's a small fee that then essentially kind of goes to a reserve, to where over time, as more and more of it is traded, that reserve ideally is going to build to where it could, in theory, become much more over collateralized than SIG-USD even. That just is going to take time to build that reserve through trading activity. Right now we have some stable coins in the space that are, let's say, algorithmically balanced. Dexy takes a really different approach, saying, okay, well, why don't we use some profit incentive for traders to arbitrage and balance the stable coins, or stable peg, let's call it, itself. So we may end up seeing Dexy Gold, Dexy Silver, creating a variety of assets on top of Ergo that are backed by the price of commodities and then collateralized and created with Erg. That would be
That sounds crazy. I mean, the price of commodities and then like the price of commodities swing, I guess just like it's not supposed to be stable, right? It's just supposed to be like silver or gold, kind of.
Yeah, a SIG-USD is somewhat similar. The difference is you have that secondary coin SIG reserve. Granted, the price action isn't necessarily been the best, but it's kind of been a painful trade for me. But I do think, over time, I hope it balances out. But Dexy is a little bit different because it removes that secondary, let's call it externality, meaning you need this other group of holders just interacting with. It's replaced by a contract.
An interesting concept in the whole scheme of things as well, because for one, it's not pegged to the dollar, but then also the arbitrage opportunities in regards to trying to keep that price stable and steady.
It's an interesting thing in crypto. A lot of the times, some of the things that are actually really interesting and creative come from somewhat, I don't want to use the word stupid, but somewhat unique solution. Like, one SafeMoon was a pretty terrible project, but the idea of a contract that builds reserves is really an interesting concept that could potentially be used in a useful case beyond just like the madness of that itself. And even sometimes right now you have like NFTs that are paying out other tokens, right? That's a really fascinating thing. Now, I don't know what's the value of the tokens in some sense, but having like fractionalized NFTs represent things, and then it really gets into practical DeFi. And a lot of DeFi, in my opinion, right now is just tokenized inflation games. I'm gonna call it that. Where I haven't seen too much that's sustainable. It seems to be like a shorter mission and then benefit from it and then exit. Somebody said, question, did Rosen finish? Let me see. I heard from MHS yesterday.
Yeah, he hasn't popped in and given us a dev update for a couple of weeks now, so Joe's just reached out.
Well, yeah, actually, basically said things together. They're on test, which means they're bug hunting. So far, they found and resolved a few issues, but they're still in the process of bug hunting, and he'll update soon. So that's straight from the horse's mouth in terms of where Rosen's at. Testnet for Cardano.
No dramas, mate.
What are your guys' thoughts on what Aneta's doing that I think they called it interplay? That's kind of like if I was just the word to create a bridge, I feel like I would do it that way as a layman, just like, two wallets type of thing. Something non-complex, but like makes sense.
For me personally, I kind of helped MHS put together Rosen. So I'm a big advocate of having things that are slow, but have good security assumptions. There's a lot of exploits that have happened with bridges in our space. And a big part of that is because they're trying to service the side that wants the quick trade, right? And then there's benefit to that. I can't say that that's not a market to service. Like if you see a price difference where you could sell your asset, move to another chain, buy an asset, and you make 8% or 6% or something, there's certainly a lot of economic incentive to do that, but it's a time-based trade, right? You have to get there before prices normalize. And, sometimes fast bridges break. Sometimes we just see things with terrible assumptions. I mean, some things are custodial, or you have one party that, potentially could mint assets on one side, and that has happened many times in our space. Sometimes you have multi-sig, which works if the signatures are not spoofed or stolen, which we've seen in multiple cases they can be. So for Rosen itself, the idea was more, okay, if we want to bring in a lot of value into Ergo, how can we offer security assumptions that make sense to where you can trust a lot of value on top of it? And that's part of how we came up with the two-layer authentication framework, where you have two parties that neither one can independently act without the other, and they have the ability to penalize each other. So I'm pretty excited to see Rosen roll out. I think that a lot can be built on top of it. There's a potential that you could, with the new mixing framework, create a mixer on Ergo, where if I'm coming from Cardano or Ethereum or another chain that has Rosen and has liquidity in the new mixing framework, I could mix it using Ergo's Sigma protocols on chain, and then actually have it refunded to the user, which is pretty interesting service. I also think there's probably a potential for market making on top of Rosen, which, I've talked to MHS about a little bit, but we'll see where that evolves. That's kind of future stuff.
The mixing side of things, that can be massive, I think, and a really good value add. It just kind of go from chain X to chain Y, but in the middle it's mixed and you don't know what's going on.
You guys, can you hear me over there?
Yeah, great.
Hey!
So I guess Joey said that Marty did his testing. Question in our chat.
I'm glad I've got microphones on and I've got industrial deafness, because if I wasn't deaf before, then I am now.
I thought Dan was doing karaoke again.
So no, Rosen is a totally different animal. The cool thing about it is you have different parties that are doing on-chain verification at different heights. So it's going to be something that has a lot of kind of security redundancy built into it. The initial thing I was thinking about and working with MHS was, in custodial stuff, like if I send money to a bank, you have both the kind of receiving side and then verification side. So why don't we try to create a bridge that has those two separate parties that can act without each other? Whoops, Dan's on.
How many outputs did Marty do?
That was actually the Annette that did it. I'm not sure. I knew that they were going to try to break the record. It may have been 20. It may have it may have been something else. I'm not sure. I'm trying to get a answer, but
How long does it take to do? How many? When you say 20, how many? Like 20,000? Like how many?
Yeah, that would have been 20,000 if he did 20,000.
How long would that? How long would that take?
Well, it depends. We actually have tools for airdropping that work pretty well. Basically, what you would need to do is you need to have a mechanism to collect all of those wallet addresses, which, ideally you'd want to build a bot to scan and do versus manually entry. But if you do have the right infrastructure, that could be done pretty well. Then it's a matter of having the right incentives so miners will settle that transaction. And being that it's so big, whoops.
What's Dan doing?
He's trying to get my attention.
We should all just start dancing.
Oh dear.
Raise the roof.
Wait, I'm waiting.
Raise the roof.
I'm waiting for confirmation.
What for?
For the transaction. CW, have you heard anything?
No, just 1 second. No, just waited for a link, and my Frosty said it hasn't come through yet. So,
yeah. So we're playing telephone right now, unfortunately, where we're talking to somebody who's talking to somebody who's talking to Hazy. Last I heard, he was going to be at a barbecue, so I don't know if he's doing this from a barbecue or. Well, let's see. It kind of got thrown together last minute. I know they had already built the transaction. They just hadn't sent it. So I guess I could try to explore hunt it. Give me a minute.
what I'm interested to know is whether, or the amount of miner incentive they chuck in there.
Yeah, that's going to be a curious thing. You can do these big outputs, but if you end up not, putting a proper transaction, you either have to wait for an empty block or just live in the mempool for eternity. It should be, should show up in the mempool if it's there, but give me a minute.
I've been keeping an eye on the mempool.
I haven't been watching it, unfortunately. Probably would have been a good idea. Let's see.
You guys see Solana's Twitter? It says Solano, and it's like their literal Twitter says Solano. That happened.
Let's see.
Nothing sitting in the meme pool. Nothing of note anyway.
Yeah, I'll look at recent blocks by size, see if
Oh, that's what we're waiting for, the transaction on chain.
Yep. Somebody had asked me about I think Alphelium earlier. That's more of a DAG structure than an actual blockchain, I believe.
Yeah, I haven't looked into it.
Well, Dan's dancing for us.
Oh, we're privileged, aren't we?
What do you think is the key to getting Ergo to be more widely known in crypto? I think this year probably our biggest opportunity is going to be ETH leaving proof of work. Every miner is a user, whether they interact very shortly and actually mine to an exchange, which I wouldn't recommend, but some still do. Many of them will participate in DeFi. And yeah, I would make the argument, like with Ethereum, miners actually did a tremendous amount to develop the early stages of DeFi with DAI and things like that during 2018, 2019, when markets weren't so good. It's something that you can mine, and then you can potentially use the assets that you mine to create profitability. Miners would do that. So I do think that the hash rate migration is a big opportunity for us, and I think we're really well positioned. I think that things like GetBlock really are huge innovations in proof of work as a whole, not just Ergo. I personally, every once in a while bring up the fact that I don't really think after probably 4, maybe 5 more halvings, the Bitcoin mining subsidy is going to make sense. I really would question the long-term viability of the mining rewards, because proof of work is all about incentives. And if the incentive isn't there, the hash rate's not going to be there. Also the fact that
the Steel Strike's just given us a couple of links there that keep jumping in and out of the meme pool, so it'd be interesting to check that out. But just in regards to the merge itself, I've been talking to a number of the mining influencers and their sort of take on it all. And there's an article kind of running around at the moment in regards to profitability and all kinds of things. So it's pretty interesting space to watch, because I think all proof of work other than Bitcoin and Ethereum combined doesn't really sort of get to the profitability to be able to keep like large farms sort of running. So obviously with that, you have to see ecosystem growth and utility, the blockchain itself being utilized. Interesting to see.
It will be interesting to see. There's a thing called the Puel multiple in Bitcoin anyway, that has to do with basically the mining revenue and how mining has a tendency over time to swing to where you have basically the most profitable miners that are able to survive. They end up eating up a larger portion of the network because unprofitable miners can't mine. Then they start holding coins, selling slowly, and the profitability goes back up. And so then you have more miners that are, adding. Now, Ergo doesn't have like a traditional halving, so we're going to see a different swing than, the Puel multiple directly. But I do think right now, you're seeing a lot of pressure in energy prices. You're seeing a lot of, let's say, hash rate that, is either going to go somewhere or go to the secondary market. Probably some combination. So having additional paths of revenue like what GitBlock is putting together is really critical.
Is there a lot of attention on privacy on Ergo? Because I know Monero might get a lot of the hash rate too.
Monero's CPU mining. So I don't know how. A lot of the times you do have like garage home miners that will run both CPU rigs and GPU rigs, but I don't know if people still GPU mine Monero.
Oh, I had no idea it was CPU.
Yeah.
I thought it was GPU.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. You have Ethereum Classic, which, okay, it's been around. It has big market adoption, right? Same with Ravencoin. A lot of the big exchanges have those listings because they're older. So, they kind of benefit from like the age effect. They've been around longer. Then you have things like Flux, which are interesting projects, but they're also really somewhat complex, both in terms of use case and proof of useful work is. I'm not sold on it. I'll just say that. To me, it seems like you have 2 feet in different markets, and so one of them is going to be subsidizing the other. And so, from an economic standpoint, I think it would make sense to just, if running, your GPUs to process hash power for, some industrial or medical or whatever purpose is more profitable, miners would do that anyway versus mine. So if it's less profitable, to some degree, you're like subsidizing your hash power, either on one foot or the other. We'll see. Then you also have, some smaller coins that, like CCX is a nice project. We're working with them on bridging to Ergo. But there's just a lot of unknowns with proof of work. I think it'll stick around. There's, once people start mining it, it kind of is its own hobby. I don't want to use the word addiction. I don't know.
I think it's pretty sound to be able to say that.
Yeah. It'll stick around. It's just a matter of saying, okay, well, what happens and who's profitable? And, the bigger issue right now is just going to be global energy prices. So I've talked to some European miners that are just getting smoked in terms of, how much their power bills are going up, to where, even if we did see some like newer generation of GPUs, just being in the right spot where you have a lower power bill is going to be what makes things profitable.
I live in Washington, and I think it went up 20% this year, but it's still 9 cents per kilowatt.
Yeah, I pay 15 where I'm at. And CW is laughing because what do Australians pay?
I think my average is around, it's about 26 cents. So I think it's taking into consideration the exchange rate. It's about 20 cents or so, but peak times it can go up near 40 cents a kilowatt hour. That's just ridiculous.
That's like California.
At peak prices, a 4-to-1 advantage in cost is huge.
Yeah.
And if you get out into, like the industrial rates of electricity, you're probably going to see a significant drop. And then if you're in the right location, like the Chinese hydro miners are somewhat famous during the rainy season in China, but they may pay like 1 cent per kilowatt. So their profitability advantage above everybody is just, smoking me 15-to-1.
Hydro miners. I know they have a big river that runs through their country. I wonder if it's on that.
Yeah, during the rainy season, they peak their hydropower, and that's part of why there's always been a lot of Bitcoin power in China. So it's really fascinating to watch how things adapt to the energy market. I guess a lot of people don't really make that connection, but it's a huge part of profitability for mining in general. The efficiency, yes, is important, but most people that are mining are going to try to maximize the amps that are coming into wherever they're at, which, I know that Ergo does generate a lot less heat and is more energy efficient than other algorithms, which has a benefit, right? It's an infrastructure benefit where you can work with dispersing your heat. Your heating or cooling bills aren't quite as much. Your rigs might last a lot longer, but it really doesn't matter. I would imagine most serious miners are going to say, how many amps do I have coming in and how do I maximize that and be profitable? So in terms of like net, I don't see that, as being too valid, but I would be pretty sure that most proof of stake networks operate in a data center that's a company that wants to expand too, right? To where if they could create a new data center and double, their power draw and have new customers, they're going to do that. That's kind of the general point of business, is to become profitable and scale.
That's it, mate. It's not a charity.
Yeah. So, to some degree, even though like if you're running a proof of stake network and the nodes themselves are, usually hosted in some like cloud or hosting service, that secondary company is doing the same thing Proof of Work's doing. It's trying to be profitable and scale.
I just got that meme pool transaction to load. There it goes.
How's it looking?
So what is the,
Still
do you guys
unconfirmed.
know the statistics for the most common GPU used on Ergo?
I would probably say it's going to be like the 570, 580, I would imagine, but I don't know.
I've seen I've seen a lot of people purchase those.
Yeah, they've been around a long time. Generally on the higher end right now, it's probably more profitable to mine ETH. So I imagine most people that have like the higher end hardware are just chasing profitability, which is fine. Now, how many of them are, switching from, mining ETH and buying Ergo? That'd be cool to know. I have no idea. But a lot of the older cards that are not as competitive on Ethereum have had a home on Ergo for a long time. And that's actually part of the point, is to have more of an open, lower barrier of entry to mine Ergo. Now it does scale in time. Our mem table, on the GPU will increase over time. So right now, I think, you need 3 or 4 gigabyte GPUs, and then eventually you'll need 6, and eventually you'll need 8. But it's tailed enough that looking at how retail is kind of progressing in terms of their GPU power shouldn't be an issue. We should have quite a tail of use for older equipment.
Yeah, I think it's just under 4 gig at the moment, so you can still use 4 gig cards, but I think it's only for about another 6 months or thereabouts.
Yeah,
and then it jumps up.
I have a 3060 Ti. I want to buy more, but I was going to use my crypto profits, but now I have to wait a little bit for more crypto profits. Hey.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's something that was kind of taken into account. It's important because of the FPGA and ASIC aspect, that there's always some adjustment. Because if you're going to build like a integrated circuit that's specific for Ergo, you need profitability. I mean, in theory, could somebody build one today that's a pure ASIC? Sure, but nobody would probably buy it because it wouldn't pay itself off by the time it became obsolete. In terms of field programmable gate arrays, there are, there's somebody asked earlier about Wolf. He's a pretty well-known programmer. Plays around in Verilog, which is a pretty specific domain language to GPUs and FPGAs. He actually has something, I don't know how stable it is, but he can mine Ergo on his FPGA. There's no bit stream that's out. And the reality is his efficiency is less than, somebody in Washington State and somebody in Australia, which is nice. So it doesn't really disrupt kind of the advantages that somebody, could have just based on electricity. I think that's like a really good benchmark to use. Like if we do see some field programmable gate arrays that come out, but it's within the profitability or the price difference range of electricity, then, it's somebody can arbitrage their market. Hopefully, the person that's CW is going to pay more for efficiency because he's paying more for electricity, and he can compete more directly with someone in Washington State that has infrastructure. But somebody in Washington State could, also improve their efficiency as well. But it does kind of operate within the same, let's say, benchmark range as electrical prices. Oh, it looks like Ron.
Welcome back, Ron. Just going to say, anyone who wanted a quick update on what Wolf's sort of doing, he had a pretty reasonable chat in the main Telegram. It was about 6 hours ago or so. Jump in there and he can give some power figures and hash rate and all that sort of side of things.
Yeah, so right now, I think probably the 3060 Ti 3070 is pretty much the most efficient card. And, I've seen, 1.4 mega hash per watt, something like that. And I think Wolf is, at like 2.7. So he's about double, which, okay, that is a pretty significant improvement. But then if you take into account power costs and then also the barrier of entry to buying a lot of the hardware that he's using, it kind of doesn't really change the field much, in my opinion.
Yeah, and with that, obviously, they are programmable devices, but then the Ergo, other autologous algorithm itself does adjust over time with the memory hardness. So it would have to have some adjustment then as well.
Yeah, eventually he'll have to adjust that as well, and that could create problems in and of itself. It's an interesting question that is long-term. Like if you were to look a decade ago at hardware compared to today, night and day in terms of difference, computational power, what's common. So that's always like an unknown factor in our industry that we're going to have to watch. I know that AMD bought Xilinx, which is a Taiwanese chip maker that creates a lot of the FPGA circuits, which is
that was what I was wondering. When ARM technology is more prevalent and we're not going to have GPUs, can Ergo be able to switch to more of an ARM architecture?
I don't think it'll be an issue over time, to be honest. I think what will happen is things will trend to efficiency. We're already seeing that. Things get more powerful, they get more efficient. So I wouldn't, what is AMD's plan with Xilinx? I have no idea. I'd love to see their skunk works, what their long-term goals are. But I imagine, GPUs themselves may end up changing a bit, over the next decade. We'll see.
Yeah, because it's interesting to see the M1 come about with, Apple's, kind of ARM type infrastructure, Apple Silicon, whatever. But I imagine things are just going to be getting smaller and more, like you said, more efficient.
Yeah, more powerful, more efficient. I don't think that trend will stop. Then it's just a matter of saying, okay, well, how much of an advantage is that creating? And then you also have the cost factor. Mining is all about, it's kind of like real estate in a way. It's like cash flow over time based on your input costs. So if you have a fancy new 4090 chip that can do some insane rates, how much is it going to cost retail? And then how long of a period is that going to take to pay off? Sometimes, especially with the ETH merge, there may be some cheap hardware that has a pretty long lifetime on Ergo that will actually pay itself off much faster. We'll see.
Yeah, that was my initial goal when I was doing the math, was like, okay, in 3 months I'll buy another GPU. And then January came along and February came along. And so it was good. All good though.
No, mining is hard. A lot of people think, in my opinion, a lot of people disrespect like the work that it takes to keep a rig up, keep it online, cover the cost, deal with the heat, deal with the noise. it's not an easy thing, and you know, I think that having an incentive to do that in your house is important. Now I know that, you know, as we trend towards the idea that you know, it's all about the kind of like ESG efficiency and how much energy you use. It, in my opinion, it doesn't hold much weight. I can run an electric hot tub and have an air conditioner on and cook in a microwave and nobody gives me shit. So why can't I run a computer?
Well, my ESG is covered. I have an electric car and I haven't bought gas for a year. So I could mine.
Yeah, so I can mine too, right? Because we're friends.
Right, exactly. You know me, so by proxy, I'll give you free credits to do whatever you want.
That type of mentality is just dangerous. You know, when you get into like top-down regulation of power usage, that scares me, if I'm honest.
But it's just like anything, being told to be able to, or have permission to be able to use a utility or anything in that manner, either through regulation or enforcement. How are they going to enforce the ability to, or inability to be able to mine?
I have no idea.
What's the next thing they're going to be banned? Christmas lights?
Yeah, that'll go over well. Depends where. I don't think that'll go over well here.
No.
Christmas lights are the last frontier of the holiday decorations. I hardly see any Halloween decorations anymore, and Christmas lights are the only thing that gives people joy for holidays these days.
It's funny you say that because of with COVID and everything going on the last couple of years, I've been putting them up at about October or something. So that was the first year, 2020, and then last year had a bit of a competition with my neighbours. I think it was mid-October thereabouts. We actually started chucking them up.
I'm in a competition with my neighbors too. I have a bunch of weeds in my backyard, and I'm trying to see who can get the most weeds.
All right. This is recording, so I'll have to edit that part out.
Mustard and bamboo.
Sure, Pyro, sure, Pyro. Just a comment here about the ADA handle type naming for wallet transactions on Ergo. So there's a couple of people doing that. We just had a little bit of an update from Ergo names in regards to their website. So if you wanted to jump over there, I think they're putting together a bit of a front end. ADA handle themselves, they did announce that they were going to do something, but I haven't seen anything for a little bit of time on that one, so I'd have to chase that up.
It looks like Nemo just pushed a new version of Nautilus that's going to have the token burning guardrails. So once that's published to Google or Firefox, hopefully that protects people from getting into the Noah situation.
I would be such a troll if I was Nemo. I would just honestly tag every time I update something. I would just tag Emergo and Yoroi. Be like, I updated my stuff.
It actually looks like what Nemo did with GraphQL is going to fix Yoroi. They have a new project manager there that, my opinion, has his head on straight. The last one really didn't. But anyway, so I do think that looking at their roadmap and, you know, the changes they're implementing, we're going to see some significant improvement, which is good. Because Yoroi, you know, even though they've done, you know, they did, let's say that, they did a terrible job at really supporting Ergo. They do have a certain, I don't know, prestige. Now, whether or not they ruin their brand image, I have no idea, but they're popular. It's a big organization. So, you know, having that support for Ergo is a big deal. So hopefully what Nemo built actually ends up fixing Yoroi, which is somewhat ironic, but I don't think he minds.
I was about to say the irony in that.
Yeah, sometimes that's life. What can you do?
I don't know. That got to a point where I was sitting there. I was fearful when I was opening up your Roy at one point. And so like, yeah, so that fear gets to you.
It just wasn't a very well supported build. I don't think it was designed to scale well initially. And yeah, eventually with adoption, that caught up to him on both Ergo and Cardano. But the good.
Yeah, Yori was good when I just held Eric, but as soon as I decided to actually do something with it is when I realized
Yeah, it has.
how
It
terrible
had.
it was.
I don't know if it still does because I honestly haven't used it since a better alternative came out. But its problem was the more that you used it, the more memory that was cached it took to load. So then it became slower to load in sync with the blockchain. And so if you just held it and did nothing, you didn't encounter that issue. But as soon as people started engaging, interacting, buying NFTs, sending things to the DEX, you know, they developed this longer history, and then they had this memory issue that would happen to where the sync was terrible.
My DApp connector on the Chrome browser just broke. It broke everything. So ended up having to go to a completely different browser just to do my Ergo stuff.
Painful. I had the same experience. I was talking to him and said, listen, your build, the problem is it punishes the people who use it the most. Like, that's the user base that's going to complain the loudest. You guys need to fix this. And, you know, I do think they've finally put some good people in the right spot. So I actually do have a lot of hope for that improving, which if you would ask me at the beginning of the year, I would have said I don't know what the future is going to be there.
Was it because their talent's not fungible, you would say? Did they lose fungible talent?
Not necessarily. I actually do think that there were some initial design flaws that even came from the people who left, that it just was not designed to scale properly. Now, it does seem like that team learned from, you know, what they initially did, because they have Flint Wallet, which is pretty well designed. And, you know, that could just be a product of growth, time, and experience.
Oh, that's interesting. I had no idea that they developed Flint Wallet, because that's another wallet that I have.
Initially, the DC Spark team worked for Ergo. And they did learn a lot. They did do a lot with Ergo, and then spun off and created their own company, which is good to see. You know, it's kind of like you get experience and then you go and create something for yourself, or, you know, it's kind of leverage your skills and experience to kind of be the boss instead of, you know, listen to the boss. Happy to see that.
Just keep flicking through about this transaction, keep refreshing the browser to see if anything keeps popping up, but yeah, nothing else of yet.
Are we going to get the Ergo Meetup NFT here?
We better. I'll be disappointed if everybody doesn't. I'll have to. If you don't, I'll chase down Foe and I'll make him make a special Zoom meetup.
I almost prefer that.
The season 3 was pretty cool. I have the patio NFT. I thought that was really cool.
Yeah, he's done good work in terms of NFTs. It's funny. That's an area that I think the Ergo team really did not see coming at all, that NFTs would be popular. You know, when the Ergo auction house came out, you know, I like my profile picture that I use across all the social medias I bought for $1 maybe, which at that time was one of the more expensive NFTs. And then, you know, the whole thing with Ethereum took off and NFTs became way more popular than I would have ever predicted initially. But, you know, I'm really happy to see Sky Arbor step up. I do think that when the auction house finally pushes their upgrade, it's going to be significantly better than it is now. Right now, it's just been overrun by too many scam users, unfortunately. fake stuff.
Yeah, you see all the when Cardano on OpenSea, and I'm like sitting there being like, how about let's not?
Yeah, it's hard to have a decentralized marketplace that doesn't have that. It's like if you have no police, you can't police that. So I know Anon Real's goal was to just create it and then see what happens. And it's interesting. It's an interesting part of decentralization. Like, how do you work in a decentralized way to try to either warn, educate, or create some mechanism to protect users? That's really hard to do without, having like some central authority or power that can, kind of lay down the law or, delete things or monitor things. It's a hard balance. I don't think anybody's really solved that. I think it'll be interesting to see in V2. I think he was using social channels like Discord, where you can at least warn users, hey, this is fake. And so you'll have an easy, way to view that. But then, what if that's weaponized? That's unfortunately, you always have to ask that question. What if the solution creates a new problem that we then have to solve? So we'll see.
Sounds like the endless cycle. The solution always creates a new problem.
Yeah, that can sometimes be the case.
People always try and game something if there's money involved.
It's one of those things. It's like I do believe that there's a certain subset of people that really don't need laws. They really don't need rules because they have integrity. And then the ones that don't have integrity don't follow the law anyway. So then you have to enforce.
Ruin it for everyone.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
Yeah, we're not talking about, $1 or $2 NFTs anymore. I mean, just recently, I think someone got, hundreds of dollars, they spent on a scam, Ergo it was. And so, as we're onboarding new people, I mean, people are losing real money to these scams. So education is key. And I've seen some of the updates and screenshots that has been provided, and it looks nice, but I think just kind of educating those users, and like you said, and trying to do it in the most decentralized way, it'll take some time to get there, but getting people used to what they have to check and building those communities to help make people aware is going to help.
I actually own a scam NFT that I outbid someone on to help a user, just because it was like a little miner who was who I'd talked to that was in I believe the Indonesian community that bought one, and he was like, I bid on a fake NFT. What do I do? This is all my money. And I was like, shit. So I outbid him, and now I own a fake one. I need to burn it, to be honest. But
I have one too, man. Like the second one I ever bid on in the auction house, I was like, oh, this is so cool. And I looked at it before I did any research, and I keep it just to make sure. It's like always check man address warning now.
I would like to see the Ergo auction house improve quite a bit. I understand where Anon Real is coming from, that he's like, okay, well, we need, I don't want to be the police here. I just want to build it, give it to the community, and give them a tool where they can use it and create value. But at the same time, you do have people that are exploiting that. And, they're taking advantage of usually the most vulnerable, newest people. And so then it's like, okay, we definitely need to come up with a solution that prevents new users from getting burned.
See, that's why I like the Sky Harbor way, where it's, you see the collection. Mm-hmm. And it's right in front of you. So, UI, UX, and, easy, just right in front of you for users.
Well, the flip side, and I love Sky Harbor and what they're doing, but the flip side of Sky Harbor is a lot of artists that aren't able to get that verification. It's, harder for them to break on the scene because now you have this, popular marketplace that, people are flocking to, and you have the only other alternative tied to scams. So there's a lot of artists, who I collect from and who put out a lot of great work that it's hard for them to break through. So I'm glad they got that unverified section, but I think on the other side with the auction house, I think most of the artwork that gets targeted are well-known community collections. And I think there's an easy way to have those min addresses available there, since those are the pieces that are most likely targeted. And, so I think there is some things that can be done just on like the interface level to educate new users, but at the same time,
I think that's a good balance to find. It's painful. I love the concept of having that open source accessible to everybody, marketplace, but then there are pains with it. And it's really a hard thing to balance over time. I know there was some people that tried to build basically fraudulent verification tools, bots that create an issue. There's the guy to ask right there, actually. But it's something I hope to see improved. It's not really my goal. Patrick, you ever going to build on Ergo? I hope so. That's actually the guy to solve the problem right there. That's Patrick. He's built the NFT mentor on Cardano, one of the better devs.
Yeah. There's so much space for the NFT, so much room to grow in the NFT space. And I've seen it on other chains just be, an on-ramp for a lot of new users, because it's something they can understand a little bit easier before they start getting under the hood. So I love seeing it grow. And we have some amazing artists in the ecosystem. And I think, just that kind of segment of the Ergo ecosystem represents the whole quite well, and just, how supportive they are, the artists, the back-end developers. I mean, it's a great sub-segment of the Ergo community.
I would agree. I've seen a lot of unique work, and that's something that over time, I'm really curious how it evolves. I do think that, there are a lot of use cases with NFTs that really haven't been explored. Like ticketing is low-hanging fruit. Like if you have an event, the ability to ticket that as an NFT and then have some mechanism to stay in touch with the attendees afterwards, because the NFTs are going to stay in an address for people that either attended or were interested. There's a lot of, potential business cases that can be built with that.
I think like mass adoption for like a ticket NFT would be when you just have your phone and you can download the app, and you just have it without thinking about the platform first.
Yeah.
Yeah, think about something like StubHub or something like that, where you can actually trade tickets and all that sort of things, just all in one app, and you don't even think about what it's running on. You just rock up to the gate and scan your ticket, and away you go.
I think long term, that's ultimately something that we'll see, is that the actual blockchain technology will just fade into the background. No one will even notice and or care.
Yeah.
It's kind of
so NEPA PALS is going to get us to where everyone's going to be able to access and have this security on cell
it's a compression technique. NEPA PALS sounds like a super fancy word.
I love it, man. I think those old Batman TV shows where he hits the pen.
It reminds my friend got a tattoo on both his legs. He was a mixed martial artist, and he got pow and bang on his knees. I thought it reminds me of Nepo Pow every time I see it.
Yeah, you can think of it as like zipping a file. I mean, really, that's what it does. There's no magic other than it makes a big file size smaller, makes the blockchain smaller. So yeah, I think not only will it move us into mobile and potentially, wearables, depending on how that whole thing progresses, but it also is going to be big in terms of off-chain infrastructure, where you have things that can verify blockchain history that don't have to carry the full chain weight. So in terms of off-chain infrastructure, I think that's going to deliver a big advantage over time.
How relevant is that? Because we've been zipping files for a long time, and we've been doing compression for words and language, But how revolutionary is the NepoPal for what you're saying? Like, is this like a big invention? Is it relatively new?
Yeah, it's actually, the idea has been around for a while in terms of, I think it was initially proposed on the Bitcoin forum, I don't know, 2014, 2015 even. Just in terms of looking at, hey, we have these super blocks, how can we use them, right? Blocks that spin up an extra zero. Now, one thing that's true, there are some competing techniques. One of them is fly client, which is interesting. You create like a certain algorithm and compress the blockchain. The one thing I like about NepoPals is it kind of builds on the random nature of proof of work, where nobody can predict when the next super block is going to be until it hits, right? Versus something like fly client is more predictable over time, and that could, and I would think, lead to some potential vulnerabilities because you know how it's going to be compressed.
Huh. Does that mean that the super block has a set time? It's just with the compression, it seems random?
No, what I mean is the super block thing is random, right? You can't predict when the next block that has an extra zero is going to be, right? You can have some idea at the frequency, but then you're kind of playing within, it's unpredictable, versus other compression techniques are predictable in terms of, how they're predicting the actual chain itself. So that's one thing I like about NepoPals is it's compression, but it is built on like the random nature of proof of work. There's someone that was running a USB Bitcoin miner this year that hit a solo block. That's kind of the
I saw that. That was pretty interesting, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like, I can't remember what it was at the time. I think it was like $140,000 just for running a USB stick in the computer, and got the entire block reward. There's a certain random nature to proof of work that I really like. That's unpredictable versus even, in other mechanisms, you have that predictable nature. And then you say, okay, well, if something is known before it happens, how do we know that someone's not going to use that as an exploit? It's hard.
See, that's why I wish I was solo mining, but with one GPU, I'd rather just not. the winner chicken dinner.
That's the interesting part about it as well. Luck does play a part.
Luck is a big part of proof of work, and it's a fascinating thing. That's a part of why proof of work is interesting, in my opinion. A big part of it is because it is, there's a certain unpredictable nature. Some guys running a mining farm with Bitcoin, the newest Bitcoin ASICs, and has 50,000 of them, and then a guy halfway across the planet running a little USB stick hits the block.
Oh, that's fantastic. A couple of bucks worth of chip and silicon there, and away you go. Thanks for coming.
That it says something in terms of like security properties. It's just an interesting property of proof of work, is that whole luck paradigm.
Okay, so what are your guys' opinions on the corporate mining stocks and infrastructures like Hut 8? I think that's their name. Like, are those people more in tune to the institutional part of the blockchain mining? Like, are they never going to switch to another blockchain, or are they kind of like tied into like Ethereum or Bitcoin or whatever?
The infrastructure they're using. A lot of them are ASICs, right? ASICs are expensive, number one. So if I wanted to get a proper Bitcoin ASIC, in some cases I might be spending as much as it would, that used to cost to get a new car, right? That for like a consumer level user, that automatically is a huge barrier to entry. And then, being that you have these specialized circuits that are not cheap, You have the global electricity market. It tends to lead towards, people that can scale. Just is what it is.
And then the little monopoly over the actual chip manufacturers themselves, who they want to disperse their units to and all kinds of things.
Yeah, it's hard. If I were an ASIC manufacturer and I created something that was double the efficiency of my previous product, why wouldn't I mine with that for a little bit before I release it to market? And I could call that product testing.
Exactly right.
There's a certain. It's just not a very open market. Like, the benefit of general consumer hardware is there's already enough pre-existing supply floating around there that if you wanted to, if everybody went bankrupt today, there'd still be some GPUs floating around that you could probably find or recycle from old computers, versus if you have one or perhaps two ASIC manufacturers for a single chain, they have so much power there. Who's to say they're not product testing their new model right now? And, their old models you just bought. Can't say that.
Yeah, just from an economic point of view, it just makes sense just to hold on to them themselves. Why would you open it up to the market when you could sit there and mine and potentially hit a number of more blocks compared to your competitors?
I have a certain skepticism about some chain. Bitcoin is interesting because it didn't start as an ASIC, right? It kind of had like a natural pressure to become more and more efficient in a certain competition. That's interesting. But when you have a coin that starts with one miner, who's going to spend that much for a brand new miner for a new coin? I probably wouldn't. I don't know if the economics really make sense. And so then I would say, okay, well, if that's the case, I would imagine, the manufacturer or the manufacturer's cousin or something like that probably has a lot of value control initially until they set market price. And, maybe they become like the market maker of that ecosystem. Hard to say.
It's interesting to think about it from that perspective.
But it's just a possible exploit. I can't say that's always the case, but if I can think of it, and I'm not even involved, I imagine someone that would actually benefit from it, would put in a little bit more thought than I just did.
Yeah, for sure.
So anything showing up in the Explorer? I haven't heard from anybody, I don't think.
No, it just keeps popping up. I just sent you a screenshot. It's pretty low fee. I think it was, 0.2 of an erg.
Oof.
Yeah.
So I might, even if that does make it into the mempool, it might be floating in there for a while.
Yeah, keeps jumping in and out, so it'll display every now and then.
Now we're getting some love.
Who's the freeloaders? Who? Oh, I want to know who that is because I talk to the freeloaders all the time. I'm in their Discord. I'm a pseudo member because I don't work.
Terrible. You sent me a screenshot where, CW? Here you go.
On TG.
So how many outputs are they trying to do?
I'm not sure. I can't really leave it open long enough for it to populate. It sort of stays open for 5 seconds or so.
Let's see. Interesting.
I see 80 inputs. That's not 20,000.
Yeah, that's not 20,000.
Well, that's inputs.
Oh, we're looking for outputs. Oh, wait. Whoa, there's a 10,000 output.
Where at?
Do I have a stamp? I got right here. I'll show it.
They may have tried to chain it and get two of them in the same block.
Yeah, there's two addresses here. IDs, sorry.
it literally just disappeared. I clicked the link for it.
Yeah,
the ID.
Yes.
It's teasing us.
Well, yeah, it's been flashing in and out. I can see it on my side. Interesting. I think we may have built in a spam mechanism in the node. Oh, there it is. He's got two of them. Looks like submitted.
So is 2 transactions of 10,000 for one block actually 20,001?
If it's chained, it'll be interesting because when you chain a transaction, basically your output becomes the new input. So in a way, it's like one transaction that there are 2 transactions that are chained together that'll operate in one. Now, whether it settles in one block or 2, I don't know. Let's see. I think it'll show up pretty easily if it actually is mined because of the size of it. It's like 500 kilobytes.
Yeah.
Versus.
So when smart contracts get bigger and bulkier, that fills up the blocks too, right? Does that yeah, I was gonna say, does that award the miners more, or is it just for the transaction fees?
Well, it depends on how the smart contract actually is going to operate. If I were going to build infrastructure that had a bloated smart contract, I would probably try to build in a miner fee, to be honest. That way it's prioritized. You know, it's a really interesting question. Block space is a scarce commodity, right? So, and ultimately, I think the person that or group that has custody of blocks space in Ergo is going to be the miner itself. So it makes sense for them to try to use the asset that they're interacting with, block space, and maximize value. You do have some, you know, like I know in Cardano, they have first in, first out. Maybe it's based on like some social contracts and proof of stake. I don't know. But I do think that miners should have the ability to sort things based on what's going to serve their economic purpose, because that's why they're mining, right? They're not necessarily mining to be fair. They're mining to pay the infrastructure costs, power bills, and make a little, which is really valuable. You know, I wish that Ethereum would talk about, okay, if you have profitability where you're making $5 a day on a GPU or $10 a day on a GPU, and you bootstrap that in a third world country and someone's feeding their family because they can run a GPU, that's huge. Like that's really valuable in my opinion. Okay, it did cost energy, but you know, the ability to stretch like $5-10 a day over a month, you can do a lot in some areas of the world.
Yeah, so, that's a massive advantage.
Yeah, I've talked to little miners that, like, especially when, profitability was pretty high. You know, that's literally what they were doing is, covering just what we would consider basic costs by running a computer in their house. Pretty cool stuff.
See, that's what I honestly see. Like, mining is just a hedge for my electricity cost right now. So, you know, it's paying for it, and I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Although I'm not selling, I'm just holding. So it's hedging.
Did we lose Dan Austin or what? I don't see him, and he's usually a pretty easy guy to spot in a crowd.
Asleep in a booth somewhere.
He left. He's out and about.
Can you imagine it?
I mean, a guy like him, he probably found someone, decided to go and, hang out.
They're with him. I hope he's not getting in trouble.
Oh, dear.
Let me ping him.
Yeah, mining's a funny thing as well. It's like just one of those things that just grabs your attention, and then you just want to start tinkering and playing, and then one farm turns into 2, which turns into 30.
Well, it's a matter of, like, as I was saying, if you have a framework that's profitable, it makes sense to scale it.
Yeah.
You know, that's generally how like any business would work. If someone's willing to kind of put in the time and effort to scale it, some people will, create something that works and then say, okay, well, I'm comfortable. This is the amount of work that I want to do. But yeah, I don't think that mining is that different from most business frameworks, where if you find something that's profitable, makes sense, it may make sense to scale it. And in which case you are increasing the amount of energy that you use. You're trying to maximize profitability. I think data centers do the same thing.
Yeah, for sure. The power load those things have going into them is crazy.
Yeah,
I think that's Pay over in the corner.
The one who just walked past?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looked like him.
I have no idea.
He had a good interview with Ajax recently. AGIX, I think is how you pronounce it.
The like Singularity Net.
Yeah, Singularity Net, New Net. It was a pretty good interview.
I haven't caught it. I have enough trouble just tracking what's going on in R. To be honest.
It's crazy. Pretty much devote all my time and effort into Erg, and that's numerous hours a day, 14 plus, and it's still hard to keep track of what's going on here.
Sounds like a good thing to have. Just have too much going on.
Sometimes. Sometimes it's
depends what time zone it's in.
Yeah, I wake up and I'm 6 hours behind every day. And then by the time I finally catch up and get a little bit ahead, I pass that on to the next person that's at the next. Pass it to CW.
I try and wake up at about 4 or so a.m. and then I can get an hour or 2 in before my little one and my wife wakes up. And then by that stage, I'm hopefully sort of up to speed with what's happened overnight, and then try and start my day then. Otherwise, I won't start until sort of 10 o'clock or so in the morning. It's painful.
What is a day-to-day life for you guys? Like, what are you guys looking at as far as the infrastructure and the projects? Like, how do you interact with that? What are you guys working on?
For me?
Go ahead.
Yeah, we'll start with you, Arminio.
For me, I try to help everybody in the ecosystem. So any project that reaches out for me, I try to white glove whatever they need, whoever they need to connect with, whether it's internal or outside of the ecosystem. Internally, I track a lot in terms of like the business side of the EF. Are the core developers paid? Is all of the infrastructure that we support covered? What's happening with the partners? What do they need if there's ever an issue? I'm usually the guy that hears from, someone noodled the KuCoin mem wallet. What do we do? Then I have to find someone to help. And usually, I don't know. I track a lot of things. I kind of like, I wouldn't say formally like I'm a project manager, but in a lot of ways, I kind of serve that role.
So do you say that because you don't like PMs, or?
No, I don't mind. I say that because like if you look at my formal title, I'm technically like one of the executive directors of the foundation, which I was kind of convinced Alex, hey, if we're going to move into regulated markets, we need an entity to be the legal counterparty. Like a lot of people won't know this, but it's actually a bit insane. But for the KuCoin exchange, if you actually look at the legal contract, who's liable if something breaks, it's me personally. which means if that, that breaks, then that's like millions of dollars of value a day. I'm never going to any jurisdiction where, they could like extradite me or, create a problem. Luckily, I know the network is solid, so I was willing to personally do that. But, you need some counterparty there because, well, it's just insane not to. But, at the time I was like, I'll do it because the community needs it. Right.
It always need. I totally agree. Needs a face. Faces are important. People like trusted faces. I remember watching you when you were doing a video on Ergo Hack 1 a while back, and I barely knew anything about Ergo, and I was just, that was a while ago.
That was actually one of the first videos I had to make. And I said, basically, if people come and they build open source on top of Ergo, I consider what they build to be like a community asset just because it's open source. And so I'm on your team. And that's something that, in the day-to-day, I try to live up to that, to where if they need help, they need something, I'll take my time, my energy, my attention, my contacts, whatever, and try to help.
Yeah, and myself, I just try and gauge as much engagement as I can. I'll try and wake up and just go through all the social channels, so Reddit, Twitter, Telegram, everything like that. Just try and get a bearing of where the community's at with in regards to conversations, and then just try and catch up through Twitter and see what projects have released what, and then just try and promote those guys. But then also one of my main focuses at the moment is trying to get engagement through the mining community. So try and get those guys on board and try and create some more content. If you go on sort of say YouTube or something like that, there's not too much out there in regards to the mining side. So just trying to get in the ears of people in that respect. Then also doing a number of things sort of behind the scenes in regards to like just this event itself. Trying to help out Dan and get some posters out and all that sort of stuff. So him and I were sort of racing back and forth, just trying to create some nice little posters and bits and pieces. So it's just, you kind of be pretty flexible in some respects and try and divert your resources where you need to.
Yeah.
Well, how much were the posters and stuff like the stickers and whatnot? Because I'm willing to purchase media kit from you, and I'll rock it. I'll throw it on I'll go to libraries and I'll throw Ergo there, put them on books where I'm not supposed to.
Well, the stickers, a couple of community members, I think it was Ergo Design, and then I think it was Marcelo actually made the first ones. They're just on a Google Images site, so you can just grab those and print them as much as you want. I can put up the posters that I've put up there as well, so that's no dramas. I think
that's what I did for my NFTs. I went on Google and I took the Ergo image and put it on my NFTs, so that's cool.
Yeah.
But if I had to summarize like my overall job in like one sentence, my job is to try to keep Alex's two hands on the keyboard and away from all of the other just nonsense that it takes to have a network and, pay multiple people and, the politics of exchanges and business deals and all of that. Try to keep his hands on the keyboard.
Was Ergo supposed to be an Oracle before it was the monstrous blockchain that it is now?
It's a tool. And, with the Oracle framework, our goal is to build an open source tool that we can pass to the community. The community can run, monetize, plug into business, and grow. Right? And so, as the core foundation, we just want to create tools that then people can build economic frameworks with. We don't want to be the actual company that, goes out and monetizes it and does business, and because that's centralization, right? So if we can build an open toolkit that somebody can come in and build business with, ultimately they're going to hopefully build the end solution. And over time, there will be multiple competitors that will take that, and then we'll have a marketplace of oracles, right? And hopefully some of them then invest and improve that core tool that we built.
Now, it would, because I feel like with the Oracle tools, that's really cool. I can imagine it being really, really good for payments with the Rosen Bridge, like tied in, because I with Charlie 3 and Chainlink, they have to fund their own nodes with their own token, right? So wouldn't the Rosen Bridge be a really good way to like pay for the Oracle tooling? Does that make sense, or am I off?
It depends. I think what would make the most sense, in my opinion. Now, again, I'm not necessarily the guy that wants to create the economics behind this, but if I were creating a dApp in the Ergo ecosystem and I needed to use a Oracle, I would take a certain amount of my tokens and I would pay Oracle providers for their service and my tokens. No different than Aneta is doing with miners right now. Right. So then the incentive is like investing in the project. So in a way, you could look at it somewhat similar to what's happening right now with Aneta BTC. Miners are mining, they hit a block, they are getting rewards in Aneta, right? Well, in that case, you'd be running off-chain infrastructure and you would be getting paid in a regular basis in another native token that's not an Oracle token. It's the service that you're providing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so it's a share of the network.
Yeah. To me, that makes the most sense, like in terms of the economics of it.
My issue with the tokens for the quote unquote share of the network is when you're going and selling them with not just with the APY of like how much are you giving, how many tokens are you producing at the end of the year or the emissions, is the liquidity behind that. If you're talking about dollars, then how are you paying the Oracle or that infrastructure with your own tokens if the trading value is within, so that the trade value is the hardest thing for everyone. So
it's one of those things where I don't necessarily know if a Oracle solution needs its own token. I tend to think it might not. It might make more sense to, whether the Oracle providers are being paid in ERG, or let's just use the case of Ergo Pad token or some other project's token. It's a service, right? And so if they were to create that service to where they can get paid in multiple currencies, I think then it's just a matter of how they do business and how they structure that. It makes more sense than you have to buy my Oracle token.
Yeah, imagine if running a node, you got X amount of worth for a SIG USD instead of Oracle token 1. People would know what they're looking at, even if it goes up and down. Because people run YouTube ads or YouTube videos and rely on ads, so they're okay with the variable amounts of money they're getting. But with tokens, people lose faith in tokens. They're not going to lose faith in a coin that's stable or they care about. So I don't know. All these networks have these tokens, and I feel like that's going to die out.
Yeah, it really depends when it's needed and when it makes sense. The difficulty is a lot of things that, in my opinion, are really valuable long term are somewhat, I'm going to use the word sketchy in terms of their legal aspects, right? Profit distribution is something that they say, okay, well, if you have real profit distribution, it's something that should be classified as a security and we should regulate that. So instead we have governance tokens, right?
Yeah.
Versus an actual profit distribution. Now, what will happen if you created a dApp that did not have its own token, but did have fee distribution in ERG? That's kind of even harder to regulate because you're dealing with something that was initially created in a decentralized network via proof of work, but is now being used through the functionality of the network to be some kind of security, but it's still the same token. I have no idea how that would play out. That
so
maybe
is the dollar a security? Well, dollar's a debt. So isn't the dollar security? Yeah, it is a security, isn't it?
But yeah, currency's kind of a weird animal in terms of how they're created. That's probably why this whole industry exists. If it were pretty opaque and easy to follow and not so abused, I don't know if cryptocurrency would have as much value as it does today. But that's a whole nother rabbit hole that we should probably avoid.
Yeah, the framework itself for the oracles is a pretty interesting idea overall itself. Anyone, like the framework's there for anyone to be able to spin up their own pools and provide their own data feeds. They could spin up Link if you wanted to and try and market that to providers who do need Oracle feeds, and then get paid for that service.
Yeah, I think it's fascinating. I hope that we move towards something that is flexible payment wise. That way it's up to the individual group of Oracle providers how they want to get paid. Maybe they'll demand ERG, and so if I have a Joe token or whatever, I then have to use some sort of swap contract to pay my Oracle providers. It is a business that they're creating. It does take time. It takes infrastructure, electricity, hardware to run an Oracle. So I hope that collectively they kind of come together, figure out the type of quality service they're going to offer, and then get paid.
Yeah, I mean, like these. I feel like a lot of people who create the companies here in the blockchain space create these tokens, and then they end up screwing themselves out of their own money because they have to back these tokens on these platforms, decentralized dexes or centralized dexes. It's everyone loses if there's, I don't know. Maybe I'm just talking, but that's how I feel. That's what I see.
It's a complex space. Usually if a project comes to me, the first question I say is, okay, are you happy to live in, the land of decentralized exchanges, or do you ever want to have a path to market? Because if you want to have a path to market, there's a lot of liabilities you could potentially inherit, and I need to direct you to a law firm. And even the law firm isn't going to give you solid advice. They're going to give you murky advice, and they'll admit that it's murky advice. But at some point in the future, if that becomes an issue, at least you had some help. Like I wish I had clarity where I could give people advice like that. And some projects will say, fine, I want to exist in the ecosystem. I'm happy with that. And in that case, it becomes a lot easier. But then when you get into exchanges and legal complexities, it gets a lot thicker, a lot quicker. That makes sense.
Do you think the upcoming bill or the proposed bill will play into that in regards to having clarity in regulation for the US?
Well, it's early. That was proposed. It has to go through 4 subcommittees and then go through Congress and the Senate, right? And so my general position is skeptical when it comes to who knows how it will change throughout multiple subcommittees. Who knows whether it'll have the 11th hour, we're going to slip some shit in the bottom and pretend that, we know what we're passing. And then, it's hard to say. At this point, it's way too early to draw any conclusion. It seems to be a decent start. Now, there's some things in the bill that I don't agree with, but they're not enforceable anyway, so I'm not going to worry about it. We're going to make sure people can't be anonymous on the internet. Good luck. But in terms of the end game, we're still probably a long way away from that. So it's way too early to say anything concrete.
So maybe another year or two, maybe 3 years of FUD from the government.
It's hard to say. It's an election year soon, right? So how many big things get done in election years? Not very many. How many bills make it through some subcommittees and then end up getting the bottom slip where people add to it at the last minute right before the vote? A lot of them. So it's hard to say anything concrete. I don't trust. That's my general position. It's one of skepticism.
Politicians, hey?
Yeah, they haven't earned my trust. Just that simple.
It's funny, isn't it? Like I don't want to go into politics too much, but each election comes up and promise the same thing and blah, blah, blah. And yeah, just everything's just business as usual. Away we go.
I think there's a huge amount of people out there that, at the end of the day, they say, is this really the best two that we can produce? Like 300 million people in the country, and it comes to these two. I think we have a deeper talent pool out there than, what it ends up being.
Yeah, I leave politics at that.
Yeah, maybe that's just me.
I don't think it's just you.
I agree, but when we celebrate that 60% of the people participate, I think that's their problem right there.
Well, even if 100% of the people participated, there would still be gripe. There'd just be more.
Yeah, it's a hard thing. Governance is a hard thing. It just is. Well, it looks like Austin's burning out.
Yeah. It looks like Dan was trying to get in.
He's
got two accounts in here, I think. So there's the Japanese script looking one and then himself. So I think he's got the laptop and his phone.
As the host, CW?
Pardon?
Can you unmute him as the host, like forcibly hot mic him?
Are you sure?
Why not? If we could talk to him.
No, I can just ask him to. I was pinging him a heap of times.
No, a lot of people were excited about the bill, and I'm glad at least there's a couple of senators that are willing to listen and engage our industry. But
yeah, they got new form of business to tax.
Yeah, it's Washington D.C. is known to be a slimy place, so we'll see how that affects things. You not only, yeah, it's
understand it first.
It's an initial draft in like the first subcommittee, so I'm not dancing and celebrating. We'll see how far it goes. We'll see how much it changes. We'll see if it even passes.
The unfortunate thing for me being in Australia, the laws don't affect me whatsoever, but the ramifications of implementing the laws, it's just worldwide.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So if the US does something, it affects my portfolio here.
It's amazing how that works. Looks like Dan's having a good time.
I'm doing a dance that he knows very well, the Hava Nagila. I'm Jewish, so I can do it. Hava Nagila Hava.
Get him going.
I was going to see if we can get a more intimate serenade now that the crowd's
send him a
out
message, Joe.
Sing for us, Dan. We missed the karaoke. All right.
Oh, he's saying CW. He's saying CW. That's what he's saying.
That's good sign language.
There's no way I'm singing, mate. I wouldn't do that to you.
I mean, my kid did say he liked the Australian guy's voice, so you got one fan.
I cop that everywhere. Like, everyone just seems to love Aussies for some reason. I don't know. We can be pretty arrogant and sarcastic, so our sense of humor is like really, really dry and sarcastic. So not many people get it.
Well, you know, it's so dry and sarcastic, and then you get thrown this kind of like fun accent. This is like it's not mean, and you can't really, you know, it's just like you can't. It's like a cute cat that's you like screaming at you, you know.
Yeah, my wife's dual citizen with the US, so I've spent like years over there, and I remember one time we were in Santa Monica actually having some beers with my brother-in-law and his mates. And brother-in-law and I were in tears laughing. And then all these mates thought we were like having a go at each other, like just the conversation and the way we were sort of talking. And yeah, the whole emphasis around the way we were sort of talking to each other. I thought we weren't sort of in the best of moods. But we were in tears laughing. It was so funny. It's just kind of that whole sort of mateship thing, I guess, at any sort of society where with your mates, you don't tend to say the nicest things about each other all the time. So those sort of things come into it.
Oh, no, my friends growing up were all mean, or we were always talking shit.
Sign of friendship, I believe.
Yeah, I would rather be stabbed in the front.
Exactly, 100%.
Isn't that what Brutus did to Caesar? He stabbed him in the front.
Well, they take it in the front and in the back. All right, looks like Dan's trying to fix the sound. Let's wish him luck.
You can go for gold.
Yeah, he's going to sing for us. I've asked.
This transaction looks like it's sticking in the main.
Can't load it on.
I mean, it's letting me scroll. And there's a lot to scroll.
I guess they might be trying to chain it.
That's what it looks like.
Oh, it just left again.
It's painful, isn't it?
I mean, I got pretty far down this time.
Well, it will be pretty easy to find if it hits a block, because the size of it's going to be, you know.
Does it has to find a block, obviously. So, like,
yeah, we. I know Alex had tried to build in some spam prevention into the nodes where things could have an issue. You might be running into that where some nodes are rejecting it. Oh, here comes Dan.
Hey guys, can you guys hear me well right now?
Up closer.
Yeah, hey, you gonna do the Hava Nagila?
Yeah.
Up closer.
Okay, how about this? Better?
That's better.
What?
All right.
Okay?
Okay.
I'm doing this just for you guys. This is an encore just for you. Okay? All right, so everybody can hear it well? All right, good. So guys, I'm doing an encore of the Japanese gangster song for our friends at the remote meetup, the virtual meetup, because they didn't get very good sound, I guess, right?
Yeah.
So we'll just do it again. All right, guys, here goes.
Here we go.
I will turn around, Dad.
Look us in the eye.
Cutting out again.
We got a Japanese, native Japanese person here. We don't use cricket. We don't need ever fight it. Uso gari sani, uso hai. You get that, guys? Here's the come on, you gotta do the little dance. What a dance.
Put the chicken dance on.
Here it comes. Kagami no naka, utsukawa, sorewo shitsu. Mikame no yume, sofubu hate kizu. Inemo, ukado no machi, kagae hite nehon, saku, sorewo, marushi. I hope I got dreaming night. There it is. There it is.
Yeah.
Just for you guys. Just for you guys. We're gonna be calling it a wrap shortly. And well, actually, I mean, guys, you're virtual, so you can stay on. They're gonna kick us out in a minute. You know, they're gonna say you don't have to go home, but you can't stay here just in a minute. But I'd like to thank everyone for coming, and thanks everyone for joining us remotely, even though we had a little bit of I guess technical difficulty with the sound, and it was like a last minute thing. You know, it was a last minute thing, okay? But I think we did well. I think everybody enjoyed themselves. Everybody's still enjoying themselves. Yeah? Yeah, we had a good turnout. We had a lot of new people get to know Ergo. And that's what we want, right? That is the whole point here, is to bring new people in, to show them what it's all about. Spread the gospel. Ergo. All right, guys. Well, thanks a lot, everybody.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Let's do it again. Let's do it again. But I can't hear you.
Oh,
guys.
It's been fun, mate.
Do hand signals. Do hand signals. Do hand puppets. There we go. Yeah. CW is throwing up gangster signs. Like Joe, throw up some gangster signs. Throw up some South Colorado gangsta, like bear gangsta. Like,
CW.
Like the bear game. The bear game. Yeah, there it is. There it is. See? Joe's got it. The bear claw. All right, guys.
Have you guys take care.
Well, you know, CW, we were initially worried after all the warnings we got from Zoom, and all we saw today was someone's butts. All things considered. Last
there was
having the public thing come out on Zoom room. We were.
At least we were able to attempt somehow.
Yeah, I'm happy everybody came. I personally, you know, if we ever have a summit, I'm not going to do some consensus shit where it's like $2,000 to get in the door. That's ridiculous.
For the everyday people, no chance.
You know, that's not what Ergo is about.
No, but you should do it in Washington State.
Yeah, I'm not sure. A big part of it has to do with when Alex will be able to get over here. Unfortunately, you know, our countries have drama, even though, you know, it's one of those things as an American, how much vote do you have over whatever the U.S. foreign policy is? And, you know, in Russia, it's probably a little bit less. So,
yeah. I can't imagine. I don't know. It's probably pretty much.
Just getting feedback there, Pyro, again. Can't hear, mate.
Trying to figure out what's.
Yeah, there's only two little hiccups, I think. We saw someone's
I have two mics. It's okay. I have two mics. The mic on my phone is too good, and then this mic is a lot better quality. I just can't speak. Yeah, I'd imagine being Russian right now is not easy.
The reality is it's created a lot of complexity for us on the back end. But anyway, that's my problem to solve.
Hey, there you go.
You know, and I'm happy to. See you, Dan. But yeah, one of these days, it would certainly be nice to meet everybody in person. I wasn't even able to go to Texas. Actually, tomorrow is my parents' 50th anniversary.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm adopted. It sounds like they're super old, but
Joe, listen to me. Listen to me, Joe. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you, Dan.
Hey, Dan.
Okay, Joe. Okay. Now you know I like you, right? But I still need confirmation that you're not the collective conscience of the conscience. You're not the hive mind of the Ergo blockchain, okay?
No.
You're not like the board queen. You really do exist, Joe.
You know,
Joe,
life is an existential. You know, like that's on your own. Yeah, I think you got to figure out what's real, what's not on your own.
Joe, I always see you. It's like the same background.
Yeah,
there's always the same background. Joe. Yeah.
Oh, I
okay.
can't.
I need. Look, Joe. I'm gonna show you a bunch of like pictures, random pictures, and I'm gonna ask you to click into them and tell me which ones are planes, which ones are bridges, and all that crazy shit.
All right.
And then you're gonna have to click on the "I'm not a robot" thing.
Look, I can do like that. Watch. Oh crap.
Yeah, I can sit somewhere else on the couch.
Joe doesn't, Joe tries to do that, and then he crashes his own reality because he doesn't realize that he's in the matrix. Yeah, see, he's gone.
Do you not have like a circle, square, triangle thing that that AI can't like maybe have him make a story, something where,
that's as much real as you can get.
Joe, don't make me call the Blade Runner, okay?
No, listen, Dan. The next time we have an event, I'll be there.
All right, we're having one tomorrow, Joe. Come on. It's gonna be an in perpetu event of just me.
How were things on the Austin side? It was a little discombobulated, but that's fine. It was last minute.
Well, it was actually really good. The turnout was fantastic. Like there was a lot of people here. I think we actually got more people showed up that showed up than RSVP.
Oh. The brew house was good.
Yeah. The beer was
great. The tacos were great. Yeah, it's a brewery. Look, it's an actual brewery. I'll show you. Hold on. There, see?
Oh, nice.
Perfect.
Yeah, so they brew the beers here. This is what you miss, Joe, if you're real.
So can you actually hear us decent in that room, or like
yeah, no, because I put you up on the louds on the PA system, so we could hear actually everything you were saying.
Wow.
Wow.
Did you hear us talking about that girl's tattoo?
Yes.
Yeah.
And then we heard Joe call Alex names that he doesn't like and hurt his feelings. There we go.
No, it was good. I think overall, I'm happy everybody came on Zoom. I appreciate it. I know it
Yeah, no, it's like next time we'll do it better. You know, it's our first one. I mean, I'd like to next time. I'd like to figure out the whole thing with the sound, because I really wanted it to be more interactive between you and the live one. Yeah, but I think it's just I'm just gonna have to bring a better microphone next time, just a much better microphone, and just figure out the PA system. I think it's all about the microphone, really.
Yeah,
I was
the hard
trying
part will be
to
just
get-
stopping that feedback from everything.
Yeah, no, it's because I was just using the camera microphone, so I think that was the problem. I was using the camera microphone, so the sound was just it's multi-directional.
Yeah, it's all right. We managed.
Yeah. Next time we'll get a better microphone, and we'll get the sound system figured out, and hope and next time Joe will come because he's real, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course he is.
Are you skeptical because he's blonde and he's doing his job and he's working real hard?
No, it's because I show up, only virtually to these things.
Yeah, he only shows up virtually, and he's always got the same background.
But the thing is, he can't move because we have to line him up with the tree.
Yeah, you have to line me up with the tree. I got my computer set up here. I can't exactly take a desktop and carry it around. They said line it up with the tree, so you're
see, like desktop. Who has a desktop these days? I mean, Joe, come on, fix the programming. Did they haven't updated you to the newest version? Yeah, I got my Windows 95 set up on this computer, boys. I can't do anything with them.
To be fair, Dan, they did a very convincing Luke Skywalker in The Mandalorian, so you might be onto something.
They did, didn't they?
One of these days have a different background. It'll blow your mind.
Joe, we're going to change our protocol to proof of non-CGI. And Joe was the first one that we're going to test it out.
I think he proved that the other day. Was it last week or the week prior? You actually blurred your background. That was a big step up.
Yeah, I did blur my background because it said it fixed the camera.
Is it Joe? Are you just Alex with a bunch of the CGI stuff and the voice modulator?
He is.
He may have been. I can't confirm with
that. He is. He's Alex with a voice box.
I like it.
That's why he couldn't come, because he's in Russia.
He's wearing the same thing that the Hulk did in Marvel.
Yeah, like Joe. Okay. Another thing is when you pick a skin to use during the broadcast. Okay, you have to pick a skin that is seasonally correct. Okay, why are you wearing a freaking a sweater? It's like 87,000 degrees outside.
I live at 8,800 feet. It gets cold at night. I'm in the basement.
See. I mean, the program is good. Okay, it's got various attack vectors taken care of. But I still need proof of click. I'm not a robot. Just click.
Listen, I saw a thing online where it was like little dog faces and muffins, and AGI had a difference. Or had a trouble telling the difference. So you send me the little dog faces and muffins, and I will prove to you.
I'll do that, Joe. But one of these days, I'm going to need to. I'm going to look. I have nothing against AI. Okay, I have nothing against AI. Okay, it's in fact someday you AI people are going to be like going to have the same rights as us real people. You will. I believe in that. Okay. Bicentennial Man told me that. Okay, I've seen that movie many times. Robin Williams was great.
Well, it's true. The one thing that I think Joe is looking for is a surrogate body so he can go there. You can't just go somewhere if you're trapped.
So you're going from like really nice Isaac Asimov type of thing to like straight up like Black Mirror.
Are you, Joe? Are you going straight up Black Mirror?
You're gonna just like show up in the mail.
Are you gonna come to everything? When's the next Cardano big event? I know there's a thing in Vegas and I know there's a thing in Denver. Denver's close.
There's gonna be a thing. Look, okay, you're telling me close? I flew from freaking Japan to be here. Close. You're like in like 2 states away or something.
Yeah, that's true.
You robot. You AI. Yeah, he had to shut down for regular maintenance from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m. Yeah, Joe. One of these days, you're gonna have to prove to me that you're not a robot. There's gonna be a Cardano event in October-ish. I think the Rare Bloom event. Actually, he was here.
Yeah.
I
have one question, Dan.
Yes.
Is there a metal detector to get in?
We listen. If that's a problem for you, we can take care of that as long as you show up, okay? And don't show up with like don't show up looking for Setakana.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't show up. Joe shows up. He's like, "Hi, I'm Joe," and then I say, "Hey, Joe, what's going on?" And he's like, "Setakana." Yeah, just don't do that.
I won't. I promise.
If you come here looking for John Connor or Sarah Connor, Joe, your cover is blown.
Well, I hope it's good in Austin, Dan. I actually thought we had a pretty good turnout. I'm happy considering this was like a last minute. I appreciate everybody from the community coming in.
Yeah. Well, how many people turned out on the virtual?
Peak, I think it was about 30. We're sitting at 10 now, so people were coming and going sort of throughout the night or day, wherever you are around the world. So that's not too bad. And I had a couple of nice discussions with Marty and Padilla and the Get Block team. So it was nice.
Yeah, everybody was watching actually Get Block. Everybody was fascinated with Get Block because that's when I was able to turn on the PA so you could actually hear, Joe going beep bop, beep bop. Beep bop boop.
Yeah, so they went live with their sub pool for Aneta BTC. They've hit a couple of blocks already, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, I didn't even know I was on the big screen. Apparently, we're all on a big screen because I got tweeted that I was on a big screen.
Good.
Why do I have 2 medium shirts here? I'm not medium. I'm husky.
Sew them together.
Husky like I'm husky. I'm husky. Look, actually, we're gonna give these away, but then a bunch of people just took them. It's just like I'm like, where the raffle T-shirts? Like, oh, a bunch of people because I saw people walk out with them. Like, hey, those are special. Charles got one though.
Awesome. I appreciate him coming. That was nice of him to show up. I know he's a busy guy.
That was very cool of him. Actually, I kind of, I asked him. He said he's going to try, and then he did, and he came. So it was very cool. I was very happy. I told him thank you, when he was getting back in. Because, man, I mean, he had like fucking 10 interviews today. He was in fireside chats at Consensus for like 4 hours. I'm telling you, man, he had a full-ass schedule, and he still came. He came here almost at the same time I came here. He came here pretty early. I'm like, holy shit, because I know his car. His security detail is getting out. I'm like, what the hell? Is that Charles is here already? Wow. That's fast.
Yeah, pass on the kudos, mate. It was a nice little reception to have him there. And I think the community really appreciates his thoughts on Ergo.
Could you guys hear what he was saying?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was going through the whole history.
Okay, no, I was worried that you couldn't hear him well, but you could hear him. Okay, good.
I mean,
happy about that.
Yeah, we can hear him as much as we can kind of hear you. So good enough.
Can you hear him?
Yeah. We heard him.
I mean, we got to record it too, so it's all good. Hold on. Where's Oh yeah, we should wrap. Actually, yeah, there's like everybody left. So, all right, guys, I'm gonna sign off.
All right, Dan.
Too easy, mate. Thanks very much. Take care.
All right, thanks a lot, guys.
Have fun at the after party.
Yeah,
the after party at IHOP.
All right.
All right, see you guys.
See you, mate. Take care.
All right, guys. Any last questions for me?
No, thanks guys for hosting this space.
Yeah, I appreciate everybody joining. I'm
guys.
always happy to engage with the community. And the truth is, if we're going to build a truly decentralized network, you guys matter just as much as me. That's what.
Does that mean I get one of those cool shirts that Dan was just showing off?
Send them a message.
What's great about decentralization is we can make our own shirts and then sell them.
Yeah, and then
exactly right.
I was like, he had a good time though.
Definitely. The cool thing I think about Ergo is having like the access to yourself, Joe. I don't think there's many ecosystems where you can get in and have a full-on deep discussion with a foundation member or someone that higher up. So I think that's pretty cool about how Ergo's positioned at the moment and you making yourself available. So thanks very much for that.
Yeah, as far as I'm concerned, I work for you guys. Like the community should be my boss, ideally. If we took some rewards from miners to represent the community, you guys are ultimately who we should answer to. So I try to implement that. I know Alex does too. I think right now it's 6 a.m., 6:20 his time. So he wanted to hop in, but he also needs to sleep. So I thought, don't come.
Keep those hands on the keyboard.
Yeah, keep your hands on the keyboard. Keep building. That's what his passion is. So best you stick to that.
I just want to sit here and keep refreshing this meme pool. That's all I'm sort of concentrating on at the moment.
I've been doing the same thing on my little laptop here, trying to see if it'll load. We'll see.
I appreciate it. Thanks again, everyone. Yeah.
We should do some more of these, actually. Good fun. Having that visual representation.
Listen, considering we sent an open link to Twitter and the entire internet and we only saw one person show their butt, we did well.
Do you like the name of that other one I sent you?
Yes, that was ridiculous.
Oh, shit. I just saw that one pop in. I'm like, yeah, nah, that's not happening.
Are you gonna share it with our guests?
With which ours here?
Yeah, everybody here.
So we had a person sitting in the waiting room for about probably 45 minutes, and the username was Peter. What was it? Sorry. Where's it gone? Yeah, the first name was Peter, and then the second name was Phile. The Peter file.
Oh, that's horrible.
There's no chance they were coming in.
Well, I brought CW. I got a notification from Zoom, and I was worried. And I said, "ACW, you got to come and be the gatekeeper here. Because we don't know what we're getting into."
No, I was pretty, like I said, just saw that one person's ass, and apart from that, everything went well. So pretty happy. I think it was when I had Dan's Spotlight. His screen was on Spotlight, so I don't think it would have displayed anywhere else as well. So that's a nice little win.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering if Dan was getting a little existential. I'd imagine you could probably lose yourself if you're climbing that crypto ladder to high life and you're just getting involved all the way to to that fucking, the craziness that is. You got to get grounded somehow.
One prime example, I think, is Max Kaiser.
No, he's just out of reach.
Ultimately,
problem is that the restaurant is not close. It's like half around the world. It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. Hopefully we do something in Southeast Asia or something like that. I'll be there in a heartbeat. I just can't get to the States at the moment because visa issues. Pain in the ass.
There's a lot of people who would probably want to trade visas or, citizenship.
I don't know, Australia summer.
Well, at the moment, what temperature?
Yeah, you're in winter now.
Yeah.
As soon as we're up, you're cooling down.
At the moment, it's 7 degrees Fahrenheit, which is maybe 40 odd, somewhere around there.
Yeah.
All right, guys, may your blades never dull.
Appreciate it.
Take care, Pyro. Thanks for joining, mate.
Yeah, Pyro, Erickson, and Eric, I really appreciate you guys sticking with us. We really had no idea what we were getting into when we started this. Last minute thing we tried to throw together. I hope we at least entertained you.
Count me as entertained, and I did expect that an AI wouldn't be able to fully figure out what they're doing is sending out invites to the internet. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I'm happy how it turned out. It was a little bit of a scramble at the end, but we made it happen.
Exactly. That's all that matters. Well, I think we should aim to try and do some more.
Yeah, I'd be happy.
Sort of Zoom calls. It's good fun. More content to be able to save for later as well. So you can always chuck things up on YouTube and whatnot.
Yeah. No, it looks like everybody's signing out. CW?
Yep. Wrap it up. Thanks once again for joining, mate. It's been a pleasure.
Always.
Thanks everyone for joining. All right, guys, take care. Have a good evening wherever you are. Good day wherever you are around the world. Have a good one. Take care.